And YouTube is live.
YouTube's live, excellent. Good. We have all our committee members in attendance for the Personnel and Ordinance Committee. It is March 16th at 4:01. And we've got a little bit of an agenda tonight. We have Katie here to walk us through our development readiness assessment, which is in the packet that went out on Tuesday. And we also have maximum building footprint ordinance discussion. And then lastly, we have board remote attendance policy check-in. So that's our agenda for today. And we'll have Katie kick us off with development readiness assessment. And you do have the ability to share your screen, Katie, if you'd like.
Sounds good. Gloria, I can pull it up. I was thinking just before this started, should I share the one that they have or the few track changes that we made?
I think we should share the track change one.
Okay.
Because staff did meet on this yesterday. We hadn't got our schedules to align, so we finally got to meet on it yesterday with our feedback. So you'll be able to see our feedback in the track change document that Katie's about to share.
Perfect. And I think that makes sense too, so that you see the most updated. It's not a lot of changes and it's a lot of good clarification, the things that have been added that we got input from staff from. Okay. All right. So before I get going, next question about how long should I make sure I cap this at approximately?
Sure. So I guess if we plan on asking questions between and stuff, I'm thinking about an hour, because I know it took us about an hour to just cruise through it fast. So
yep.
Let's shoot for an hour.
Sounds good. So those of you who are on it, how in-depth on here, how in-depth do you want me to get into a background and the flow of the report? Or do you want me to more zoom into what we did and the basic changes, the bigger changes that we're proposing get made? I don't want to read through everything if you've read it, but I also feel like if you haven't had time to really take a look and you want a good overview, I'm happy to give that also.
I think that the latter is the more important, but if you could do like the super high level version of the summary to tee it off. Also, you know, being aware that this on YouTube and the public is watching, so they have the same context we have. I think a lead-in would be super helpful.
Okay, I think that's great. And actually, I made that comment yesterday to some of your town staff that I do know I tend to jump too high too fast sometimes, and I forget to bring people along with me. So I am going to try to take a step back, explain what we did so that you're not just overwhelmed by this humongous document that got put in front of you in your packet. So basically what this document does is it analyzes the existing code that the town has. So what we're doing is we are taking into account in the back of our heads things that we've heard at the public meetings that have came up, whether there's been discussions or confusions, things like that. We're taking our CPS's kind of thoughts as we've been helping the town review development applications, and we've been finding things that have led to inconsistencies or lack of understanding in certain code language. And then we're kind of having that all in our head as we actually dive in and we basically take the entire code and read through it all and make a whole bunch of notes throughout the whole document. Those thoughts and those notes all are what turn into the table that's at the end of this. And by getting that table, we then start getting a grasp for where the town is at and what kind of recommendation we're going to have for the town if they were to move forward and make code changes. Now, we could find for a community that a very few, the code looks great, it makes sense and it's clear. Kind of jumping into the conclusion of what you saw on here, we have a lot of suggested revisions that have came out of this for the town of Silverton. And I don't think that's a surprise for anybody who's participated in meetings lately. Just as you have seen different developments come in and maybe more applications over the last couple of years, it's finding things in the code that maybe have been changed piecemeal in the past or former staff understands it and knows the reasoning behind how things were put in, but a newcomer reading the code realizes this actually doesn't make sense or this contradicts with this other part of the code. So it's kind of pulling all that together into one document for the town to move forward with. So that's just a basic overview of kind of how we put this together for you. There's a lot of other background documents that we do that really just kind of have a lot of comments, thoughts for ourselves as we worked our way through it. So with that said, scrolling through here, obviously you are very aware of the town, you know your background. We put that in the report just to kind of give an overview of the community because we need to keep that in mind as we do things. So we're not going to make recommendations that don't work for the town of Silverton. So we're not going to say you need to go allow 50-foot buildings because we understand that's not what the community wants. So it's important to kind of reference in the report also who is the town of Silverton? What are you looking for? You want to maintain your mining history, but you also want to encourage housing. You want to encourage energy efficiency, renewable energies that was stated in the Compass Master Plan. So a lot of the report is kind of pulling some of that Compass Master Plan in also, and we're able to use that to know where the community hopes to go over the next couple of years. So getting to the assessment itself, basically you have the worksheet that I talked about, and we're going to go through that a little bit more, but you'll find broad categories in the report, which is when we do the high level overview for right now. And essentially the way we did this was we started with, general findings. And so this is generally out of that long table, what are potential things the town should consider? And such as fees shouldn't necessarily be in your town code, such as a sign permit costs $35. I don't think that's actually what it costs in Silverton, but the reason being that as times change, you don't want to have to do an ordinance to amend a fee. And so as you want to update or decrease a fee in the future based on staff time and work it takes to process that application. So what we recommend is you pull all the fees out throughout the code and create a fee schedule. And then that's a supplemental document that the town has the right, the Board of Trustees has the right to occasionally take a look at and make sure it's up to date and accurate for how they want. So that's a general finding because it's throughout the whole code, a reference to any fees. So the general findings are more things like that. It's about increasing the required bond amount. And actually I have to apologize because I just caught this. Yesterday, we just received feedback from John Seitz that he would request, based on what he has heard from their engineers, that the bonding all goes up to 200%. So that's actually a change that we are making throughout this document, and you'll see it redlined in the table. And I apologize, I missed that it was up here so far. So again, general comment because it's throughout the entire code. I'm going to skip a little. I don't want to go through every one of these word by word, especially knowing that you read them. I just kind of wanted to explain what those general findings are. And then one more thing to note, because it is a change from what you had in your packet. It was brought up that your existing public works supplemental document that's used is basically design standards. So frequently in the report, it's referenced design standards because that's what it's officially called right now. However, that leads to a lot of confusion to a reader because design standards, they tend to think of as planning and zoning. So it has been suggested that the future name of that document be Public Works Construction Standards Manual. And so what we did is we clarified throughout this report that that is the future name so that anyone reading this report is not confused when we say design standards. They now can tell what is a design standard in planning zoning and what is a street design standard. I wanted to point that out just because it's a change that we just made yesterday after we talked with John. So structure and organization. Basically what we do is we provided what we think would be a better structure for the town code. Taking into account how the code looks right now, where different things are written, and really trying to get it together to more of a user-friendly customer service for both staff and for the applicants to be able to read and follow really easily. A lot of times you could have great code language and great standards, but if it doesn't flow and you can't find what you're looking for, then you have kind of some concerns for the person who's using it. So our recommendations under structure and organization are taking those ideas and kind of putting them together of where the town could go with a really good structure that helps the user read it and find things really easily. So moving down, next page, skipping all that. I'm happy if you want to interrupt me with questions, so you don't have to try to keep track of them if I'm on a page. Feel free. I should have started with that also. So then moving into processes and procedures. Basically, this is getting into a little bit more specific than the last one, where you could have an overall layout of your code and how things can be found, to now, well, what are the processes when someone submits an application? What should the town consider as a priority? What would make processes easier for an applicant and for town staff to review? And then also for the board to have when it comes before them, so they feel like they've received enough information to review that application. If your code doesn't require it, your staff isn't going to require it. And then you're stuck at a board of trustees meeting thinking, or a planning commission meeting thinking, I really wish I had this other piece of information and no one asked for it. So it's getting that in the code to be really clear of what the town needs in order to review an application in the best way possible. So processes and procedures is going to break that down for the town. One really great change that was caught that we did not put in that we did add now, modify development application process to allow an expedited review for affordable housing projects and projects proposing renewable energy. So this is something that is expressed in the Compass Master Plan is a priority to consider this. And so it was a good idea by staff that maybe we need to emphasize this into the process and procedure. So it pops out a little bit more is a really important thing for the town. And what all of this means is it's not being changed today. It's not being changed next month. These are ideas and recommendations for what the town could consider if they move forward with code revisions in the future. Now, these are what we recommend, and there's nothing in here that I wouldn't strongly support, but I also want to be really clear that I don't want people to see this and think you are going to do this as a town. Obviously, as code changes are done, it involves a lot of discussions with commissioners, staff, board of trustee members, and the public. And so it's a really big group project, community project, as we work on updating the code for a community. So keep in mind, these are where we think the town wants to go and what we would recommend is done in future code changes. Doesn't mean that it has to be done. And it's definitely up for future discussions. So moving forward a little bit more, you have schedule of uses. This was put in Silverton's because basically there's a lot of uses that are not in your code. So for good or for bad, it is in a way good, but in a way someone comes in and wants to do a use. If it's not defined or it's not listed, no one knows if they can go there. And now you have confusion trying to interpret your code. So schedule of uses is a way, and we have an exhibit at the end that I'll flash up to at the end also. Basically, every defined use is in a table along with every zone district, and you just scroll right across. You want to you're an applicant who wants to go ahead and put in a retail store in the downtown district. You scroll across, you find retail store, you scroll across, and you can see exactly where it's allowed by right or allowed by use by special review. I want to note this is really important because right now the Silverton's code has uses under each zone district. And for example, you could have multifamily development allowed in a zone district. If it's not stated under a zone district, it's not allowed. But the town has been interpreting that to allow flexibility, saying, well, it doesn't say it's not allowed, so we're going to allow it. But that's actually not the way it's interpreted. It's interpreted in of legally that use isn't allowed. So that table also helps the town realize what uses are allowed where in one comprehensive way. And I think that's something that's really lacking in the town right now. And it's not a bad thing. It's just something that needs a little bit of assistance to get it to step further so that applicants know where they can go for a use. Staff knows if that use is allowed there. And then it's very easily follow a process to get to that end result of if it's allowed or used by special right or not allowed. So that breaks down the schedule of uses a little bit. Zone districts and standards. These have been talked about, I know, a little bit through other meetings that CPS hasn't been directly involved in, but because it was brought up in the Compass Master Plan, recognizing that the town vision in that document does not want to have very large houses in certain parts of the town. It also may not want to have certain high structures in certain parts of town. So it talks about looking at the zone districts and looking at those dimensional standards. Things like setbacks, things like lot coverage, things like height. There's all different ways to take those standards for a zone district and put them together. And they really should be looked at so the town knows what they're looking at. So if you look at one property, you may think you want something on that property, but you have to figure out where that zone district is all throughout town, and then figure out what is the ideal height for your community for a structure in that area. So that's kind of just zone district and standards breaks that down. It also gets into the standards specifically, which is some people's who really like planning, myself included, favorite part, which is what are the requirements and the standards of each type of use you can have. You can have an accessory dwelling unit. All right, here is exactly what an accessory dwelling unit can be in town. Here's how big it can be. Here's can it be detached, attached. And this is where I'm just going to pick on ADUs a little bit. The town seems to really want to support accessory dwelling units, but the code, the way it's written right now, is not as supportive of them as it could be. And so these are things that have kind of been called out throughout this report of hearing where the town wants to go. We don't read your code and see you there yet, but these are ideas and options to bring it into the vision that the town has and things that they want to encourage, such as maybe a smaller dwelling unit on a property. A couple of larger things that I want to talk about for standards for you specifically that we are proposing the town consider changing. Again, these would all be discussed in length in the future, but we would like to propose that, and this is why it's in the report, the town looks at all of your overlay districts. You right now have the limited review, the steep slope, avalanche hazard, floodplain hazard. I'm going to pick on the floodplain overlay. You have firm maps. You have, I say you, meaning the town itself. The town has updated firm maps coming. The town doesn't need a floodplain overlay district. The town has maps that are official showing where a floodplain is, and they are designated what type of flood district you're in. Therefore, that map really can come out, and let's use the firm maps. Let's go ahead and use this resource that we already know is 100% accurate, as opposed to a map that is going to be outdated. The steep slopes. The town has a map showing estimated steep slope areas. That's great for staff to realize that when a person comes in to build a house, there may be a steep slope on their property. There are lots that we've ran into that are not, you can go out on that lot and it's flagged to follow that steep slope overlay, and it is completely flat. And it basically is just because the town maps, for good reason, just kind of do bubbles, and it's helped at the time when they needed to figure out a way to track some of this. However, now it's kind of what we recommend is put it on the applicant, not to an extent where if it's a flat lot, they have to go have a surveyor come out and put 2-foot contours on their lot. But if there is slope on their lot, we're going to say you have some slopes on your lot. Now you need to get those on a survey, and you need to hatch for us what's over 15%, over 25%, whatever threshold the town wants to regulate. So that way, somebody who has a flat lot on that hashed area on the map, they're not having to go through standards that make no sense for that property. It's based more on a specific, and it takes the burden away from staff, because it's not their job to figure out what a steep slope is and what percent of terrain on that property is a steep slope. It is maybe potentially a burden for the applicant, which we understand is why this is going to need a lot of future discussions if this gets changed. However, it's things for the town to think about, because if an applicant is willing to invest in the avalanche overlay, let's say, switching up your overlays here, they should be prepared to build a house that meets whatever requirements a structural engineer says is needed for potential avalanche load on that property. So yes, it may be a little extra expense to the community member or the property owner. However, it's worth it if they want to build a house on that property. So again, kind of bigger changes. That's why I wanted to mention them. That's what's in this report. None of it is set in stone. It's just ideas and our suggestions of where the town could go. Other big one is water quality, which would include wetlands, usually is found in zoning. And through that water quality standards and wetland protection, you would have a set of requirements. So it would actually be pulled out of Public Works. They would have their overall watershed that they need to maintain for water infrastructure. However, wetlands and potential wetland buffers, mitigation, that all would get relocated to zoning. And that would all get reviewed by Planning Commission and or Board of Trustees through a site plan process, which is getting recommended. Don't want to get in all the details because that could lead to a lot of me talking a lot more. But basically tying it all together, you can see, I think, where I'm going, where, okay, now we're saying you should create this set of regulations and you should move it to this chapter. You should strengthen it a lot more because there's not really anything there right now. But now it's in this chapter, how you're going to say, how do I review it? Now I'm going to tie you over here to this new site plan review process. And guess what? We have a whole application review that's super straightforward. It tells people what to submit, timelines, it refers them to a fee schedule. It all takes people right through and allows the board to clearly review at a meeting what was required to be reviewed based on that property's characteristics. So kind of connecting all the dots through, which aren't necessarily connected as you start reading this. That's why I'm kind of bringing you step by step through here. Planned unit development, the town of Silverton right now has PUDs. They are in a way written in a way many other communities have them written. They're not written in a way that is current planning trends could be. And the town is recommending that they get kind of rewritten, not tied to subdivisions. It's a whole different process. It's connected to zoning, not a subdivision and not development itself. So PUD is a process that you have, but we would suggest the town beefs it up a lot. And we have a lot of ideas of how it could be a lot more beneficial. The other thing with the PUD development is it's the town's chance to basically, you give the applicant certain things that they want, such as a reduced setback and more maybe of a design that protects, let's say you had some sensitive environmental areas on a large property or a bunch of properties. You're letting that applicant condense their development. Maybe they get to reduce their setbacks, they get to combine things, but you're therefore preserving this open space land, or maybe it gets dedicated to the town. In the town, if they wanted a park, that developer, it's a little bit of give and take if you do a PUD. No one has a right to do a PUD you have a right to apply for a PUD. The town has the right to work on with the developer on getting what both parties want. And by doing that, the town's PUD process right now is really weak on what they want out of a PUD. So that's something that we would recommend really get strengthened. And it doesn't become a burden for the applicant. It makes it easier for them. It just clearly defines what is needed and what the town wants is a priority, whether it be a park or a playground or a fee in lieu, things that you have legal rights to require or to and if somebody asks for reduced setbacks or more density in this PUD, you have something that's stated in the code that you know is a priority for you to kind of ask for back, such as open space land or something like that. Subdivision regulations, very similar to zoning. We're recommending a process that gets clearly written. We're recommending some different application types that make it not easier, but there are certain applications that you may see in the town in the future, such as townhomes, condominiums. Those things need to get platted before they get sold. And they are usually their own unique platting process, because platting a condominium once it's built to sell a couple of units is going to be different than platting a tract of land into 8 single-family houses. So we would recommend different subdivision processes based on what that end result is. And that a lot of that is what you see throughout the subdivision regulations that we put in here. Going with that, street standards are also very tied to subdivisions. And there's a lot of kind of things that are in the subdivision regs that should be in streets construction, the future name of Public Works construction standard document, and vice versa. And those really need to be linked up better. They need to be modernized into what your public works director knows is sufficient and valid for town streets, whether it be widths and grades and things like that, that all needs to get updated. And there's a big connection between that supplemental document and what's in the subdivision regs regarding streets. One other subdivision note I wanted to make, and I apologize, it just left my head. So I'm going to come back to whatever the other one in my head was I wanted to point out on subdivisions. Sorry. All right. Level of approval is what happens when an application gets submitted. Who does it? Now you can have everything go to planning commission. You can have everything go to board of trustees. You could have staff administratively approve things. And what we recommend is a breakdown of showing how something should just be administrative review. There's a little bit of, there's things in the current code which don't make sense that staff has recognized, and they're doing the way that we would recommend it get done. So some of our recommendations are also what is being done currently, but it's not exactly what the code says to do. Those are primarily with administrative approvals. An example is like, I think it was a vacation home rental. I asked yesterday why it's going to planning commission and found out it wasn't. So the code requires it. It makes no sense. And luckily, in a way, the town is doing it administratively right now because that just is the flow of what a vacation rental permit should be. So a lot of this is things that staff has also noticed, and that's why it was good to get their feedback yesterday. And I will acknowledge, I do believe they're still kind of working their way through it a little bit. I don't think it has 100% approval as of right now, which is why you're seeing a document with some track changes in it. Definitions. For land development regulations, and when I say land development regulations, I group zoning, subdivisions, PUDs, annexations, and definitions together. You don't want definitions in zoning, a definition of a street, and a definition of a street in subdivision, and a definition of a street in a PUD. You want one article of definitions for all of your land development regulations. So you're going to read all of those, and there's going to be one definition section, which will connect all those land development regulations. And that's just a easy, user-friendly way to handle how things are defined. It also helps a lot because if somebody decides to change a definition in the future, they don't miss where there was another definition somewhere else in the code. So one definition section is definitely recommended. And I'm sure you saw in the report that there was a lot of definitions that we are suggesting get added for clarity for the town. And then you get recommended implementation. So this is kind of the bigger, we broke it down into a few smaller things for you, topics. Now we're coming into recommended implementation. Structure and format, we are recommending that the town consider, like I just said, you come up with land development regulations within the code, and those contain these applicable land development sections. Recommended implementation. Next one would be a process. What is the process for every application type? What is, refer to a fee schedule, refer to, does it need a pre-application meeting with staff? Does it have a public notice period? What is the public notice period? What happens when somebody has an issue with it with staff and they need more information? Can it bounce back to the applicant for more? That's kind of a referral period that we refer to it as. So you basically are setting up a process for an application. Now, sometimes people first hear this and they think, whoa, this is too much. We don't want an applicant to submit an application, and now our staff is deeming it officially complete or incomplete. And then they're sending it out to referrals to get comments. And then they're sending it back to the applicant and saying, you didn't address these things. We need more information. Then they're scheduling a public hearing. Then they're putting it at planning commission, maybe board of trustees if it's if they're the final decision authority. It sounds like a lot. I will not speak for all the development community or individual homeowners. I am confident you will hear from the majority that is what they want. They want to know what their process is. They don't want to have to take a chance and say, well, it's great your code doesn't really give me a process, but wait, why did it take me 6 months to go to a public hearing? Or why did you give me a public hearing in 21 days, but you didn't even review my application, and now you're continuing me because you didn't have time to take a look. So the process that would get put in the code. It's just clarifying what exactly is the process for an applicant. And it tends to make people really happy and it tends to make staff very happy because they can then say, this isn't complete. I'm not scheduling your public hearing. The board will be very frustrated. Here in the code, it tells me I can bounce it back to you to give me these things. So that is the general process. I'm going to skip schedule of uses, use standards. I already got into a lot of this for you. Signage, within the last few years, most towns around the country have updated their sign code to be consistent with a legal decision that happened. And I can't remember when. Time goes too fast for me. I want to say a couple of years, but I think it's more like 8 to 10. But Gilbert versus Reed, a Supreme Court decision. We did note Silverton's code hasn't been amended to reflect those legal changes. I don't think it's affected anything in your community, but it is something that needs to get changed to meet that Supreme Court decision. And then definitions I talked about, graphics. Believe it or not, graphics can go in your code and they can be a huge help. You can define a corner lot even, which one's the front setback on a corner lot if you have 2 streets. You can show how to measure a fence. You can show how to measure your building height based on how you're trying to explain it in words. And we also recommend flowcharts. So you're going to apply for a use by special review. Here's a great flowchart, and it's going to show you the whole process you're going to go through, steps 1 through 9, for example. And it even shows the bounce back things like, oh, not complete, go back to step 2. So graphics, we think, really help people in their code, and definitely very easy to insert. And it's just something we think would help Silverton's code. So as I already alluded to at the beginning, how prepared is Silverton for development? Based on the analysis that is found in the assessment, we don't find that the town is very prepared for development at this time at all. That's due to a lack of alignment of the town's policies and regulations. What that is saying is you have your policies, you have your Compass Master Plan. It is a great document that was just done with tons of community and board and planning commission and staff input. Now it's time to take a look and say, wait, our regulations do not help us get to where our community wants to be. So how do we connect that by potentially updating our regulations? The inconsistent application of regulations in the past there's a lot of big words in this thing. I don't know why we did that. It's exaggerating the ambiguity in regulations. So what we're trying to say with this is something we have as knowledge from CPS's direct experience with the town over the last few months, along with talking to town staff. We see it when we're trying to do research and we're pulling up older, outdated staff reports that were done within the last few years, nothing new. There are a lot of, we feel this isn't allowed in the code, but it makes sense, so you should approve it. And then the minutes reflect that it was approved. That really, let's just make the regulations what you want. If you want to have 3 units in the ED district, then let's just allow it. Like, let's get that. But you can't just allow it unless you really look at the whole concept of what you're allowing, obviously. And then regulations are not consistent with current development and market trend. This one is a fun one for Silverton because you have a very unique community. You don't need to follow all of the current modern planning and development trends, but what you do want to do is get in sync and make sure everything makes sense and that it's where you want. So you do want to get into renewable energy and encouraging that. And that's based on the Compass Master Plan. So when we say this, we recognize there is a lot of planning concepts out there. They're not right for Silverton, and we don't think that you want to go that way, but we do want to make sure that you are consistent with what the market trend is and what you're going to see. You probably will see townhomes and condos coming in more and more because that's what people are doing. So let's get your code more having that outline of what those look like and how you're going to review them and what you're going to review them based on, things like that. Lack of clarity of process. I think I got into that one a lot on you already. Difficulty locating applicable regulations. That goes back to that backbone of the code really being rearranged. And most regulations are stricter than the town's policy and vision. And I think that's a lot of that is from what we hear at Board of Trustee meetings, Planning Commission meetings in the community. It seems like there's a lot of things the town wants to allow, which would be great and ideal for the community, but the code doesn't always allow it. And then obviously you have the opposite effect on certain things also. All right, so then you have the table. I went over the really big graphs. I'm not, obviously I know none of you want me to read all of these to you. I will let this part be for a more of a general questions if you have them as you've looked through it. I do want to note the red lines again are pretty simple things. We had some suggestions in there, and I have to apologize. This is where I was afraid to really be super firm at first. And then Gloria was kind of let me loose a little bit yesterday, which she would have done anyway, but I was afraid to until she really told me. And she said, no, I want you to give us your recommendation. So a lot of these red lines are me taking questions that I proposed to the town and actually just changing them to what CPS recommends that the town does. So that's really, you can see we took off clarify if, for example, and instead I said it should be. So that's what you'll see some changes on, is us just trying to be a little bit clear on recommendations and not leaving it up to questions that as people read this report. Now, those questions are still going to come up as we actually, if the town pursues amending and modifying the code, then they turn into questions, some of these. But as far as a report and a recommendation, you're getting a little bit more of a recommendation than questions on some of these that you are getting in your packet. So those, I'm going to skip through all this and get down to, so I was trying to finish my spiel by 4:30. Code organization, this is what we would propose the chapter outlines would turn into. So that was in the back for you. I believe this development process flow chart, I think TJ might have shown you this when you had the training with him. This is kind of the general process that we'd recommend for a zoning application. And then this is an example of the use schedule that I talked about, as far as you have a category of use broken down into the type of use, and then you go across and you have what the zone district allows. So you can see right now, for example, SR is special review, R is required, and then you have things that are not allowed. So if you look at a library, technically in your, not that you'd probably have more than one library, but a good example, you can have a library by right in your P public zone. It's not allowed anywhere else. So if you wanted to relocate that, it's not going to go in the ED. The staff is going to tell that librarian that that library is not allowed anywhere else in the town. So that's where this chart and this table really helps in the code. And then you have the application review process. And this is, sorry, I'm laughing because I need to address the conditional use permit I wrote in here too. This is saying the type of application, the section that reviewer or the person who's looking at the code is going to find more detail about it in. And then it's going to tell them if they're required to have a pre-application meeting or if it's optional, et cetera. And it takes them right through all the requirements. I have to apologize. I wrote a lot of this with telling the town to change the use by special review to conditional use permit. And this is where I really like what a little bit of a good tick here for CPS is TJ, as you all know him, said, why would they change it? And I said, because everyone says it's a conditional use permit. And he said, but they don't need to. And I said, you're right. So things like that, I really like that consideration was put in throughout the report. I think in one line, it says consider changing. Nowhere else does it say you have to change a use by special review. So I'm going to actually update this line here also and go back to use by special review, because it's just kind of catering it more to your community. It's kind of a unique term that you use and there's no harm in using it. So, okay. All right, I'm going to turn it over to all of you. That was long. Sorry, I always talk too long, Gloria.
No, you did great, Katie. Thank you.
Yes.
Any questions on the specifics, like the meat that we just kind of rolled over?
Yes.
And we can dive into those.
No, that was extremely helpful. I loved it.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, and thank you to your staff too, because they've been along the ride with us as we worked on this. I'm gonna, before you get questions, I'm gonna say one more thing, because this had really confused staff and I should have elaborated because I can see why it's confusing. The stakeholder input, why it's here, but it's only checked a few times, is those are inputs that came off of directly from staff or another stakeholder of things that should be changed in the code. So for good or for bad, most of this is all coming out of the assessment, which basically means it was a CPS put in. The ones we added yesterday do have a couple more stakeholder ones, because like the bonding going up to 200% coming from Public Works. But we thought about just taking it out because there's so many empty ones, and you let us know your feedback on that also, if it's just too much to have so many blank spaces in here for the stakeholder.
How would we best start the discussion, Sally and Jim?
We're done, right? That's good.
Ready for Lucy's item next.
No, joking. Good question, Shane.
Well, this was for me, this was good because a lot of the redlined, I don't know if I've got a different version, but the one that I have that doesn't have all the rewrites and
That's the same
revisions in
for
it.
me too.
Mhm.
So seeing this and having you walk through it with us, this to me was this is what I needed to see.
Okay.
And what I enjoyed hearing. It's not so much the verbiage that's in front of you, it's the narrative that goes along with it.
Mhm.
That's how I process.
Correct.
Why are we doing this? Why are we changing this? How did we get to this destination? Knowing the input coming in from staff, from y'all, I like this. So thank you for taking the time.
Mhm.
I'm sure there's a ton of questions to be had. I just don't even know where to start. And it sounds like Shane, you might have a couple already, don't you?
Oh, I'm happy to
I have
put
a
in my
few-
mouth right out of the gate. Sure. Or if Sally would like to.
No, I just, before we moved on to questions, I kind of wanted to just take a minute in the compliment section of the meeting to just echo what Jim said and say that, like, when it comes to sort of the restructuring and recategorizing and reorganization, I think just kind of knowing like why that's happening and where that comes from and how that relates to kind of standard practices is helpful, and how it relates to the different, whether you're an applicant or staff or engineer, architect. I think that's really helpful. And I can tell that you tried to reflect that in the document to give us a sense of where that was coming from in the earlier narrative, but just to hear you talk through it answered a lot of my kind of why questions behind like the overall framework. And I also just think it's super helpful to have it in this format. The spreadsheet and the just to see it all lined out and not have to go through our code. And like, I was worried that we were going to get something that just had like lots of redlining in our current code, and just to like lift that out and put it in something else. I'm relieved. I know that that's probably not the approach that you would have taken, but this format is really useful for me.
We do start with that. We actually have all of that internally. You don't want to see the mess I made of
I
it.
don't. That's not for me.
Partly also because I'm really bad at formatting on the computer.
But having been through the process myself on a grand scale, but seeing this and knowing that the steps are there in the future for future development is going to be so much more user friendly for those future applicants and contractors and families and whomever. This process makes it user friendly, and this is what it's all about.
All right, Shane.
Okay.
Shane's up.
Well, I agree with everything that Jim and Sally said. This is an amazing work product. Yeah, I'll give the gigantic compliment ahead of the like questions and concerns.
No worries.
Which is, I think that the top priority that I had when I ran for mayor was to see this board adopt a master plan and to make that master plan something that was executable. I think this assessment is the first step in actually achieving our goals in the master plan. And it's just really cool that, I thought both of those goals were fairly aggressive when we started. And it's really cool to see us get to this point. And you guys have done it, like, just knocked out of the park in terms of creating this assessment, and in a way that format and substance gives us something to work with, which is super cool. I have a lot of questions about how we use it and how quickly we are able to implement it. And I really want us to methodically go through the process of this becoming an actionable assessment. And part of that is making sure that we get sufficient input. I think my biggest fear as I read through this, is that I'm not a planning expert. I have a much better familiarity with our code than I did 3 years ago. But I still would not consider myself even like, conversational in the substance of our code. And so I want to make sure that we do take a beat and get input from all different aspects of the community that have history working through our processes, and they can identify the problems that you've identified and said, yeah, I've totally had that experience. But maybe there's context that we can add to these assessment suggestions to make sure that we don't end up with a whole lot of unintended consequences. Because like, if we just adopted this wholesale right away, I think it still would be a great improvement, but we also could end up with a huge mess through that we could avoid by using the institutional and historical knowledge of the community. And so I just wanted to kind of raise that to say, like, what are the next steps with this, and how do we involve people on the planning commission and builders in the community and individuals who have built houses, or, and making sure that, this comes up at a time where, like, John Sykes can read through it with a fine tooth comb, and, Lucy and everybody else can get there, and Bevan. I'm just curious, like, how we do that.
No, that's a great
that
question.
Sounds just as daunting as probably creating this in the first place.
It is, except there's a process to get there. You're right. This is a great first step into where we're going. It's definitely not the final step for the town, most likely. One large advantage of having this right now is you currently the town is working on a grant application to hopefully get some funding assistance to move forward with modifying or updating the code. This specific report brings a lot into that grant application because it shows you're serious about moving forward with modifying the code. It doesn't say we will be changing the code to state a 10-foot setback in residential district. It gives you that overview to show the town is taking seriously what they want to move forward with. There's going to be discussions, but you started with the first step, like you said, the master plan. Now you're breaking it down into the code, and what could the code consider? What meets the goals of the community through this? So that's kind of one thing that this report is actually really useful for the community is grant applications. It gives you that step that you didn't have previously that now you can pull in and say, yeah, we don't want to just change our code. We actually had an analysis done of our code and look at what we know we recognize as a need right now. Now, when I say need, I mean code amendments. So I'm kind of tying this now into your next part of the question, which was involving the community. I'm going to sound a little bit blunt, and this is something that's up for discussion. This is really a document that gets provided by the town, and if it's inaccurate or things like the questions or we realize the engineer recommends a 200% bond, we want to make those tweaks. This isn't necessarily a document that is brought forward to have the community discuss. Now, what the community is going to discuss is any potential code modification. And so that when you move forward with a code change, yes, then you really want to get the public involved, and you want to get community members who have the development field, the architects, the builders, the contractors, everybody is connected to this process, and they all they need to be aware of it. They want to be aware of it. One suggestion, and I know this sounds a little odd, this is why I said I was going to be blunt, is that I don't know if I'd recommend the town try to take community input on this document. This is a document that CPS provides saying this is how we analyze your code. The next step is, what do we want to modify? Let's get those discussions going with the community. Do you do that now, or do you wait till you potentially have more funding from the grant that Gloria is applying for? My recommendation was, you're not stalling, but you're seeing if you can get a grant application to revise the entire code to get everything in compliance together. If you say, for example, we want to have each lot have 60, I'm going to go extreme here, 75% landscaping on it. Well, do you? Because you also want renewable energy, and do you want to have people watering their lawns? Or are you really want to get xeriscaping in, and you don't want 75% landscaping potentially? You want to actually distinguish what landscaping is and what open space is. There's just so many connections in planning and zoning that it's hard to take one piece and get community's input without connecting all of the dots for everybody. I'm going to go a little bit outside the box, but I think this kind of brings it back, Shane, to your question about bringing the community in and how it can happen if you do it during the code modifications themselves. So another community is working on revising their process, very similar to the recommendations that we've made here. We, as CPS, have worked with that town, and we've put on multiple planning commission meetings to walk them through the process changes, a few different meetings, because it's not something that should get done handing a document over and saying, here, this is what we did. It's a lot of explaining, giving them documents, but then having meetings explaining them. We've been inviting the development community to do those meetings. We want to get them on board before this actually would go forward to an ordinance to get adopted. So those public meetings, some of them are catered to the planning commission to understand. Some are, let's outreach specifically to the development community. Let's make sure they understand. And we're still planning future development community meetings, even if it's approved, because you don't want to approve something with a new process and then just put it in the code. Why not have some good community forums to say, okay, this is what it is now, but we want to help you understand it because we want it to be user friendly. So my blunt answer to initially is, this shouldn't necessarily take community input unless somebody says, wait, you did something wrong in here. This is not in our code, or it's not reflected what we wrote. There's definitely things that I am going to say I'm open to modifying, and CPS is open to modifying as a company and helping the town of Silverton. We're not looking to modify this to get exactly what every community member wants in this document. We want to have those discussions after this is in place, as you move forward with potential code amendments. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I agree with your substance, but maybe it's like slightly different application. Like, I don't think we need to have like a community work session at Kendall with 70 people and like get all that input. But for example, there's a lot of, we have very little institutional knowledge in this room in terms of like our histories with Silverton.
Yep.
Matt's been here the longest and has actually been here a long time, and everybody else has been here for a very short period of time relatively. And so like, I feel really uncomfortable being in this seat without like the guidance of like Jim Weller, Fritz Klinke, Bev Rich, Willie Tukey, Ken Safransky, and like a lot of people who are involved in the planning commission, like, and those people have worked with our code a lot. And I'm not suggesting that we put this in front of them and we give them like a driving seat, but I would love to see what their footnotes look like for them to go through this whole document. And then and we can discount that all we want. We might be able to see it and be like, well, we get a lot of like, this is how we've always done it type of responses when we change things. And I'm fine with us getting that information and saying, thank you, we've considered it. And now we can make an educated decision, in some cases to ignore it, in some cases to take it. But I feel really ignorant in terms of the scope of this document and being able to like vote on this as a board or adopt it as a board. And so that's kind of, I'm looking to support my ignorance here, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
No, that makes sense. Thanks for helping clarify that a little bit more. And I'll let Gloria speak to, we did discuss this going to planning commission. It's a document that's going to be a community public document for everybody to have. So Gloria, I don't know if you want to speak on planning commission reviewing?
Yeah, and so we wanted to pass it by the Personnel and Ordinance Committee first to kind of talk through that. The big impetus for me is to take this and show the granting agencies that we are taking strides to actually, implement our master plan. And with the amount of money that we're asking for, it's going to be at close to 140,000. It's really good to have all this stuff backed up. And I would reiterate kind of what Katie is saying, that it is a document of recommendations. So it's not, and I think each one of these sections of code, and it's a lot of it's reorganization and process, which I think can be modified kind of in a vacuum as far as reorganization and process. But then at the same time, each one of these is going to have its own public process. So, I mean, the extent of looking at just like a height of a building, we are going to have a public process on that. The planning commission is going to be involved. And we would be kind of going out to the community as well. So like this is just like the initial like big ideas up here. And if you think about it as that hourglass, we are in this choke point of where we're going to get it all kind of out there and then come back to the community, basically. I don't know, that probably wasn't a good analogy, actually, now that I'm thinking through it, but I had the visual in my head. But no, and that's something that we can discuss too. If you feel like you would like this to go to the planning commission, get those notes, we're totally open to that as well. But we would like to try and get this, and it's not really a document that you would formally adopt because it's a list of recommendations. So we would like to get this into our grant, and we can still modify it, as we're going through that. But I'll let you guys know that the grant deadline is coming up on the 4th of, is it
April.
the 4th? 4th of April, yeah.
Correct.
So Gloria, to get it into the grant, does it need to be formally adopted or voted on by the board or approved, or like, does it need that sort of?
No, it doesn't. So since it is a document of recommendations, it's not anything that would need a formal adoption or resolution. It would just show that and this was paid for by a DOLA grant previously. So it was a DOLA planning grant where we shared the cost 50-50. So it shows that we've had investment in what we want to do. It really demonstrates that, so that when we do go out for this grant, we would be able to just show that we are thinking about this methodically. Even if there are things that we can change in here, it's just a recommendation document. Is that kind of encompass it, Katie? Do you have anything to add? Okay.
No, that was perfect.
I'd like to offer compromise. So I feel like this is a situation where like slow is smooth and smooth is fast. But acknowledging that we have this grant deadline, and I think where I'm getting stuck a little bit, but I think I have a solution, is that like this is a CPS document that was commissioned. It's like a consulting document that's an assessment given to the town. Where it becomes tricky is that CPS is also currently acting as our planning department, essentially. And so if we had an independent like planning department, then this would be like a great document that we received. And then the planning department would take the recommendations and evaluate them on a case by case basis. And this would be like a great thing to just insert into the grant and say like, okay, cool, we're good. But since CPS is both, I think what we need to do is take this as it is, because obviously like we're not going to tell CPS to like modify their assessment. Like they've given us an incredible assessment and that's their view no matter what. But then I think maybe we end up developing like a cover memo from like planning commission and staff and any other resources we have available that kind of provides the board with guidance on feedback on the assessment, if that makes more sense. Like if we had like a senior planner that could give us feedback on the assessment, they'd be like, I think like 99.99% of this is great, but based on my knowledge of Silverton, I think this 0.1% we need to like modify. I feel like we just are getting like all one perspective right now. And so I'm just trying to figure out how we get the multiple perspectives, but I'm totally comfortable with this getting inserted in the grant application. And then just also acknowledging that this isn't like the marching orders of exactly how we're going to do it yet. And that we still have more evaluation and perspective to gain before we actually like adopt each of the recommendations in the assessment. And so that's the compromise that I would recommend.
Yeah, and I see your point that, yeah, that they are planners as well as our consultants. I viewed that as a bonus because they have been in the community and going through this, like really in our process. So I felt like it was more catered towards Silverton. But I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that one, Katie?
No, I think that's a really great perspective, Shane, to be honest with you. I agree with Gloria that I think we had a good background as we did it, but nobody's perfect. I mean, I think sharing it with the planning commission, which was going to be done anyway, and taking those thoughts and feedback, there's no harm in it at all. Yeah. And I think that that's great to do. I actually do think that's a good thought you had. I mean, I think it just makes the town more transparent that way also. So. And
honestly, like this might be perfect. I just don't have the knowledge to know that. And so I'm looking to figure out how we can get that perspective in addition to, your awesome team's work.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I think just since it was going to go to planning commission, I think maybe just we'll make sure that it does. And Gloria can seek feedback in some way that lets them know that give comments on, and I think that should just be elaborate. I think all of you in the town who reads this anytime should have a set of notes, because you're going to want to think about what you really stood out to you and what didn't as you move forward as a town. So having your own kind of bullet points of what you see as important and what you think makes a lot of sense. And the planning commissioners could do the same thing.
I think your point about the interconnectedness of all of it and the professional background that a planner brings to the level of detail that a code will go into is that as I was reading it, that was where I was like, almost every other line, took me down this whole rabbit hole of like, oh gosh, that would mean we would need to research X, Y, and Z, and we would need to see how that connected to, LMNOP. And I just, and as I was doing that, my big kind of takeaway question from the process was, I guess, kind of related to Shane's, aside from leveraging this document with grant funding, how is it best used for us as a town? Because it is so comprehensive and a lot of things are administrative and they just make sense. But then, every 3 or 4 lines or so, it's like a humdinger, where that's like, I was reading it thinking, this is like 4 meetings or 10 meetings. I don't know, by the time it gets batted around from the different committees and everything. And so I started to kind of wonder about the juggling of efficiency with completeness and, does approving one thing, an order, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
Does approving one thing before having the others, what is that? Not just progression, but like, how does the progression then fit within kind of the priorities and values that have been laid out in the Compass Master Plan? And how does that fit with what people are actually wanting to do, like what they're actually applying for to be practical and useful for staff? So before I heard Shane's question, my question was kind of going to be more along the lines of like, is this a one fell swoop type of situation? Is it a chunk by chunk? And then as I looked at it sort of chunk by chunk, I started to have concerns just about public input and, kind of the number of meetings that this would take to make it work for the community. And yeah, what the process looks like for rapid improvement to the code without missing historical context, but also really making this an effective tool for us to make improvements?
Great questions. All
This is
could
a
have,
little too
no,
much.
it's good. And I'm trying to decide how to answer because it could have a lot of answers. And I don't want to just throw it back and say, well, it's up to the town. So overall, it's up to the town. How the town wants to do it is how that, assuming that you're going to contract the work out, that company is going to go ahead and make changes to the code. Taking it a few small steps. Starting big, I say, as said in the assessment, the whole entire code should get revised at one time. However, even by saying that, it's misleading in a way, because you're right, exactly what you said, Sally. Nothing is done in one big chunk. You can't, as I kind of said at the beginning of the meeting, one thing is important is you need to bring the community and all of your elected officials along step by step. However, it's finding the balance. Like you said, you don't want a meeting every single night on every single paragraph of the code. So what typically tends to work well, there's a few different ways that communities do it. Kind of just brainstorming in our heads as we did the assessment, is creating basically the backbone to the code first. So that's where the whole code comes in of, here's your spinal cord basically, and your vertebrae are coming out. Here's the layout. Here's this. We can pull in the meantime, what you have now as a town, but needing to recognize that a lot of those standards seem to be outdated. Either they're too strict or they're not strict enough. There's not a whole lot in there that we haven't heard should stay as is. And that's really just due to, there has not been, for good reason, a lot of reason to do it. And there also hasn't been staff capacity to put in a lot of time and effort into changing a town code. It's a lot of work, and it's great that the town is now working their way up to that step, because you're recognizing the importance of each level and not jumping into the whole code. So basically it would be starting with that backbone of the layout of the code. And then, okay, now everyone understands how the code is going to look, not what it's going to say, but what it's going to look like.
Mhm.
And now we break down, depending on the town's timing, the funding available, things like that. Do you put in some of those sections that are the same that you want to change, but let's say you think your standards for bed and breakfast, let's just put them in as we have them right now. So they may go exactly as is, but in a new spot. Meanwhile, you're still checking the definitions. You're checking where those are allowed in zone districts. So you're also kind of taking a few other steps without just relocating. But there are certain things that can be done that make it flow. And that is something that anybody who goes to modify the code is going to do it, I would assume, in a very consistent manner. And they're going to take those steps of giving the town the layout, giving the town the process. It probably will take a couple potential meetings just to get the process, everyone on board. Change is hard also. Like, everyone needs to understand that. And if someone comes in and says, here's a new process, it doesn't make sense to anybody until it's explained and shown, and really people have time to digest it. So by saying the whole code needs to be rewritten and that's how it should be done, it's actually still in our heads, breaking it down into various steps that make it easy for the community. There are certain things that the community probably will need to decide as it goes forward with modifications that they trust their staff to take care of. That yes, Lucy or John or Gloria or Matt, we are confident that you take and you review these sections of code and help whoever's doing this. But anything that the town is aware of could be a potential discussion for the community. And sorry, I should have shown that. Let me share my screen one more time. Is going to go before the board or community meeting. So one thing I didn't point out, and I apologize, the report itself, there's the last 3 columns. And these are actually type of change. If that technical, that means that we don't think you need to go to the community for this. That saves a lot of those community meetings, a lot of those community discussions. If it's major, it's probably going to need to go to the planning commission and or board of trustees, but it doesn't necessarily need to go to a community meeting. The policy, that's going to need to go out to the community for a meeting. So it's kind of, this also sets you up for an understanding of what topics are should be definitely be community discussions, which ones, and this is also a little different for all communities. And it's something that future discussions will occur about, is the town board of trustees confident that their staff can make these technical changes or can approve the technical changes internally, knowing that they're all still going to be out to the public, they're going to be reviewed in public meetings, but not, the community doesn't want to dwell on little things, such as this. Breaking this down, this is only one part. This is a bad one to pick, but I don't want people to think I'm ignoring it by scrolling. So happens to be on the screen, the wetland application process, right? What this is pertaining to, there's a whole bunch of lines on the wetland process that we're proposing, or wetland regulation potentially needs to be discussed. We have no idea in here. It doesn't say what to do. It says discuss it. However, one thing that is a big thing, and I connected this earlier, is the site plan process the town currently is lacking. Single family duplexes, they shouldn't have to go through a site plan. They're already reviewed administratively with a building permit that would get checks, setbacks, things like that. Site plan process in this case is common in a lot of communities for, depends on the community, but 3 or more residential units is typical, along with commercial, industrial, and mixed use development. That would actually go forward to the planning commission through an application process. That application, the staff review, and then the planning commission confirmation is making sure it meets all requirements in the code, such as setbacks, heights, and this one that happened to be up, the wetland application process, should be reviewed through the site plan review process as stated in land development regulations. So what we're saying for this line is, there's other lines up above that have, for example, relocate wetland disturbance to the regs, state delineated wetlands, not jurisdiction. So the actual in-depth wetland discussion we're saying needs to be go out to the community. And I think everybody already knows that, and it's already been discussed with the town. The wetland application process, as far as having it be an application through the site plan, we don't think that needs to necessarily go through the community as far as what type of application someone who wants to potentially disturb wetlands is. That is okay to say, hey, staff, and then, hey, board of trustees and planning commission, we want to have this be a site plan. This is what the site plan process looks like. Is that okay? And so that's where this is broken down. Also, why you have so many different rows on similar things is breaking it down into who should be the reviewer. So you actually kind of have a setup right now too, before you, of how that process will go and who will need to do it, with a disclaimer that sometimes some communities may not want, or the staff may not want the burden. The staff may want everything to go to the board, or the board of trustees may say, planning commission, we want you to do this, and then you just bring it to us when you're confident. So there's different ways to do it. There's different levels. And when I say the whole code we're recommending get rewritten, we have in our heads here a typical process that is community friendly to modify things, that keeps it moving, yet gets to needing to get done what the town needs to get done. So does that help? Mind me next time to have the really simple
I mean, that's really what I
conversation.
meant, like every third line, when there's a check or the X in the policy column, I was like, oh
Yeah.
boy, here's another meeting.
And a lot of those are grouped together, and planners can group them together. And I think a lot of it's guiding the conversation, providing the information in a way that's easy for somebody to understand. Now, not all of them, there are going to be ones, and that may be the town realizing that certain things maybe need to get placeholders in that code. And that's going to have to come back and be looked at. The community I referenced before that we're working on changing the process for, we supplementary per the request started a table of a whole bunch of items that are future code revisions for them, recognizing they're not something that we are doing right now under the current scope of work. They're not something the town wants done right now, but they needed us to help them create this list. So they have a list of what they're going to work on in the future. And now they're going to have their council look at that list and prioritize it and work on getting that in different future fundings for years. So some of those bigger discussions, the town may need to say, we're going to have to put a placeholder in this one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Gonna keep my screen on the easy stuff. Like, how many animals can you have in a house?
Do you have any other questions or comments on this one? I just want to kind of reiterate kind of where we landed on our next steps with this document. We will still be using this for applying for the grant, but it will go in front of the Planning Commission, and we will get some thoughts on that to review with the board.
Sure.
Does that sound good? Okay, great.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Katie.
I know we need to move on. I'm going to make this really short. I don't really need a response at all, but I'm wondering as we move forward, especially thinking about the meeting following this one. I found myself sort of wanting like a sub row below the X's in the policy column that identified for one perspective, for example, like if the staff were to prioritize this, you know, and again, Katie, with your perspective of working with us from the staff perspective, this is useful information, I think. Even potentially for the Planning Commission, they may have a different perspective. So you might be getting a lot of applications that involve people who really want to live with a ton of animals. And you're like, we have got to deal with this animal issue. You know, and it goes to the Planning Commission. They're like, that's a really low priority item for us. I guess the only thing, I think we can sort of prioritize these by where they fall potentially in the Compass plan, but you know, some of them are really specific, and there are so many of them that I did just have I was just wondering, like, if you as a staff member were going to prioritize based on your experience and what you see coming down the pipeline, what that would look like. But we don't need to do that right now. I just kind of wanted to say that in this meeting.
Okay. Try not to respond to keep it quicker for you. Gloria and I will touch base on that one.
I'd be fine with the response, but it's a long evening.
Yes.
For everybody.
You're good.
Sally, I asked the same question yesterday, so.
Great. Yeah, then we're all on the same page and then we know that. So that's good.
Yeah. And why don't, instead of getting into it, because you have other items on this meeting, why don't you just maybe bring it up? There's no secret, but let's bring it up during the next meeting.
Yeah.
And then I can elaborate more when there's maybe a little bit more flexibility on time.
Perfect. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Next on our agenda is our maximum square footage discussion, or footprint discussion at this point. And Lucy's going to kick that off. She put a lot in your packet here and a lot of considerations. We're trying to be really thoughtful as we go through this. And I think there was a lingering question if this is even allowed for municipalities. It is. Clayton has confirmed that. And a lot of communities actually do something like this. So, but there are a lot of considerations in creating this ordinance that we need help and guidance on.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so sorry I always give you really big packets, but like Gloria said, I think there's a lot that goes into this conversation, and a lot of kind of sub conversations that Bevan and I have had while talking about this. So the reason why we're bringing it up is because past staff has prioritized it, current staff has prioritized it, and it's been requested by the Board of Trustees. So a little background on kind of the history of an ordinance similar to this was Planning Commission and the P&O committee last year. Community builders attended those meetings and reviewed that ordinance and wrote a memo for the town. And that is all included in the packet. Staff used this information to update the ordinance, and we presented that to the Planning Commission in December. And the Planning Commission gave us a lot of feedback. They recommended focusing on lot coverage rather than total square footage. And staff kind of decided to prioritize one zoning district at a time rather than trying to do them all because they all have such different characteristics. And so based on Planning Commission feedback, we included a draft ordinance in the packet tonight. And to be honest, I wouldn't really recommend adopting the ordinance at this time. I don't think it's complete. But I think but we're going in a direction. But I think before staff spends more time to work on it, I think we're looking for some direction on the ordinance and where we're going with the maximum square footage regulation. And additionally, kind of some discussion on R1A zoning. There hasn't been a lot of development in R1A so far. So before we make any big changes that would affect the kind of the built environment of R1A, we want to make sure we're being really putting a lot of thought into that. So while we've been having these discussions, conversation of density, affordable housing, Silverton's built environment, and ADUs have come up. So I also included information on that in the packet. And again, we're having this conversation to make sure that the next ordinance we present is really in line with the master plan and contributes to community's vision of the future built environment of Silverton and R1A. Anything you want to add?
I think that's good for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So before we look at the ordinance we presented, I just wanted to go through some of the options that I included in attachment E on different kind of ways we could do a max square footage or max footprint ordinance, if that works for everyone. Okay, awesome. So currently R1A is noted in the
share your screen maybe for this, then I don't have to toggle back and forth, but also for people who watch it later, they can visualize what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a great idea. Give me 1 second to log on.
Do you have a link?
Yes,
Okay.
thanks.
Oh, Jim, you have it on another device.
I'm trying to follow along on my phone. So I didn't have to print out all 90 pages of
I almost printed all 90 pages because I was like, this is not going to be easy, but I think I'll try getting it on my phone. It's so little on my phone still.
Yeah, if we could screen share, that'd be great.
Okay. Gonna get rid of this. Okay. Can everyone see that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
No.
So current conditions of R1A, it was established to provide an area for single family dwellings on large lots, which can mean a lot of things. That could mean large homes on large lots, or smaller homes with large landscaped areas, but kind of not explicitly saying it, but hinting at an area dedicated to low density. So right now, the minimum parcel size is 7,500 square feet. The building area adhering to setbacks on that minimum parcel size is about 5,632 square feet, and can be even larger on larger parcels. Which is really big, and frankly, probably unlikely someone would build a structure that large, but allowed in our current codes, and has been flagged by previous planners and trustees as a concern. So the goal for a maximum square footage ordinance could be a lot of things. From what I've heard is to, number one, maintain the character of Silverton's built environment. To prevent McMansions is something I've seen written in memos and kind of discussed. But there could be other goals that kind of determine the path we go down. There could be environmental goals. Katie mentioned wanting less landscaping, but there's also a world where we could want more landscaping requirements. We can also use a maximum square footage ordinance to promote ADUs, which we'll talk about later. And so I think this is a good thing to think about, is kind of what are our goals for this ordinance. And I guess I'll ask that question now, but it's something that we can come back to later. But if anyone has something that they think is missing.
Well, I think the language in the goals, I think I've seen McMansions written other places too, like master plan. And I think that's like definitely, conversational, but it's a little bit unclear, I think, to put that in an actual, codified town document.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. This is more conversational.
Yeah, but I did read, I thought that the Compass Master Plan sort of encouragement or recommendation to use intent, like what is the intent behind language, was really helpful. And they have really good language that they used in capturing some of the input that the community gave on this subject. I think for me, along with maintaining the character of Silverton's built environment, I think the environmental, preservation of environmental resources, what you just mentioned, and then also kind of, I think maintaining the character of Silverton's human environment, like character environment, that's a little bit more difficult to pin down, but I kind of wanted to throw this out here as a part of this conversation. To me, what happens as our square footage gets really big, as we go to, when we visit other communities that do have a really large built environment with homes that are oversized or go well beyond the typical home of the people who live in that community. I think what I see is that it sort of generates a level of amenity that doesn't fit with kind of the character of Silverton's community. And I think if we're looking at, keeping Silverton real, keeping it authentic, keeping it, with full of people who are resilient and hardy and, want to step up and help out and, shovel for each other and those kinds of characteristics, I think that as homes get larger, we lose some of that connection with each other. And so I think that it's the built environment that impacts kind of the nature of our human relationships. And that's sort of an awkward goal to put on here, but I'd really love it. I mean, I'd love to get other people's feedback and from the community and know if I'm sort of off base here, but I just picture like these large homes with media centers or, game rooms or whatever it is like one step away from heated sidewalks and amenities that just seem to not really fit with our current character of like, who are you going to go to the dump or are you going to, hang out in the media center all day? I think for me, like that's sort of goal number, that's in the other category. And that's why this rises to the top for me, because I think, as we look at changes happening in Silverton, it's awesome when people who come into the community, we want to welcome people who are ready to help out their neighbors and ready to take their trash to the dump or, do some of the things that it sort of means to be a part of the community. But I think our community could feel like it's changing really, really fast if like we go over to ski at Kendall and there, 18 Sprinter vans and people asking for like, I don't know, massages, slope side or something. Like that's a very different feel. So that was kind of a long answer there, but I do get a lot of feedback from the community on sort of like the connection between the size of our dwellings, and we should get into the nitty gritty of that. But I think like when we think about intent or goals, that's kind of where I land.
Yeah, totally. So like recognizing that our built environment contributes to individual sense of place and community. I think that would be a great one to add. So depending on kind of our goals, that will kind of lead us into what types of policy and regulation tools do we want to use So I included really 3 in this document and then kind of one additional thing to think about. So implementing a maximum floor area ratio, and this regulates the gross size of a home. And a lot of communities do this. This is probably the most common policy tool that communities use. So I included examples from Crested Butte and Durango. Implement a maximum single family lot coverage. This was what was recommended by the Planning Commission. Colorado Springs and Mancos do this. And this kind of is what is reflected in the ordinance we included in the packet. Increasing setbacks in residential districts designated to low density residential development. So all 3 of these really are going to lead to lower density developments. And increasing setbacks and implementing a maximum lot coverage do pretty similar things. And then the last kind of regulation tool I included was increasing allowable density and incentivizing affordable housing. This would be a lot bigger of a conversation to look into changing the density of R1A, but I think is an important thing to think about as we're having this conversation, and to make a really intentional kind of decision either towards that or away from that, because we haven't seen a lot of development in R1A yet. So what does the master plan say? They recommend enacting a maximum footprint and lot size for single family housing. And they include a few little blurbs about that. And kind of talking about the character of Silverton. And they say the easiest and most effective route would be to simply state the intent, like Sally mentioned. And so we included that in the ordinance we presented as well. And then the development readiness recommendation notes to consider increasing setbacks and add a maximum lot coverage percentage. And then staff's recommendation to really think about R1A zoning based on density, minimum lot size, allowable single family dwelling size, establish a maximum square footage requirement based on the master plan recommendation, as well as community value for R1A future development, which is what we're doing. So, yeah.
When would be the most appropriate time to talk about some questions or thoughts on the ordinance draft itself? Do you want to work all the way through and then come back to that?
Yeah, let's go through, let's talk about the floor area ratio, and then let's talk about the maximum lot coverage, which is what our ordinance kind of talks about. And then we can talk about it there if that works.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay. So the most common tool is maximum floor area ratio. It's pretty straightforward. The maximum is the gross floor area divided by the area of the plot. So it's based on how large your parcel is. An example from Crested Butte is in their R1 district, their minimum lot area is 5,000 square feet and their maximum floor area ratio is 0.3. And so that means that no principal building shall exceed 2,800 square feet, which is larger than 0.3 of 5,000. That's when you get a lot area larger than that. So they include both the FAR and the FAR, FAR is what I've been calling it, and then a total max as well. And so these are just some examples of how Silverton could implement that. And the last 2 are related to R1A.
So just so I understand, if somebody owns, I mean, let's say someone owns a whole block. They have multiple lots on which to build. Their maximum, how does this work if they own more than, how does this work when someone owns a lot of land? Yeah,
totally. That's a great point. So larger lots, and a lot of these policy tools, larger lots would allow larger homes. So if you owned 10,000 square feet of land, and this was the regulation, you'd be able to build up to that. So that's why the master plan recommends a maximum lot area or buildable lot area. So you could potentially own you could potentially own a really large lot, but you would only get a certain amount of that area to build on, or potentially limiting that altogether, and you'd have to subdivide the land into multiple parcels.
Yeah, what you said at the end, I think clarified. So like Sally, if someone owned a whole block, which is 24 lots and 12 on each side, they still would be limited. They would have to subdivide into the buildable parcels of like 2 lot chunks to build multiple structures to get the total square footage of built building to be greater than what this draft ordinance recommends.
Okay, so they're still limited.
Or if you had 4 lots, it's going to be the most restrictive based on how this is drafted. So you would either have the, maximum under roof length and width, or the maximum total under roof structure parcel coverage of whatever the percent is, but it's whatever's most restrictive. So you would end up with a lot of empty land if you didn't subdivide into multiple buildable parcels.
Thank you.
Is how I understand
I could
it.
explain
Yeah,
it to
totally.
somebody else, but I think I'm understanding it now.
So that's why Crested Butte uses, they put in their maximum floor area ratio for so they give the minimum lot area, but you could own more land than that. So they say it's either 0.3 or it's 2,800.
Got it.
But as Shane was saying, you could also implement a maximum lot area requirement. So your parcel can only be this big before you need to subdivide it.
Sure. Okay.
So those are 2 strategies you could use. So some Silverton implications, if we adopted the 0.3, similar to how Crested Butte did it, your gross floor area would be 2,250 square feet. And that is, there's a lot of homes in town that are similar to that size. Or, we could go larger, 0.6, and that is far bigger than any single family home in Silverton. I'd say, I think around 1,000 square feet larger than I think the largest home in town. So there's a lot of flexibility, and we can kind of come up with those numbers as kind of how flexible we want to be with this. So that is kind of the most common tool that people use.
And do you want to talk a little bit about how space like unfinished basement, garage gets calculated as part of this?
Let's see.
Well, garage would be included, basement, if it's unfinished, it would not be included. Attic would not be included. These square footages are based off the footprint, and you could triple that number for the max square footage of the house, living space. I did a ratio, or basically a 2.5. So multiply that square footage of the footprint by 2.5, and that would give you roughly a 2 or 2-story with a partial basement or attic or 3rd floor potentially. So
But that's the key term, is livable space, isn't it?
yes, livable, because like in regards to ADUs, stairways are not included in that livable space. There are certain closets, depending upon the ceiling height, that wouldn't be included, and mechanical rooms. Does that help or make sense?
Yeah, thanks, Bevan. Yep.
So from like a policy perspective here, in terms of a garage specifically, I think something that would be good for us to, so like, I understand that, and one of my goals in doing this is to reduce the size that a building appears, like, so that we don't end up with these large appearances of massive structures. But I think from a policy perspective, we probably want to promote people adding garages to their construction. That greatly reduce, like, as we see more density or people filling in the infill, we're going to have more parking problems with winters like we have. Like, it's like there's going to be a point where we can't do alternate side parking because there's just too many vehicles. Right now, it's lucky that we have 50% of at least of our, you know, available parking empty so that we can move back and forth. But like, I think there might be little subtle ways here where we can provide maybe like a reduced calculation for the amount of garage that isn't, like, it's not like an apartment that somebody's going to kind of like have a garage front, but it's really living space. But like, maybe that doesn't get a 1-for-1 calculation towards the square footage, so that people be like, oh, I get a 50% discount on the calculation of my footprint for the garage portion or something. Like,
Sure.
That was just off the cuff, but like there must be some way that we can promote garages.
Yeah, and with that, it promotes the opportunity for an ADU above the garage. It reduces the cost, because if you have one foundation versus two, it's a reduced cost, reduced, you know, potential tap fees. So
I'm not trying to argue for us to increase the actual allowable size of residential structures in a meaningful way, but I do think if we can figure out ways to.
Totally. And we without getting too far forward, we have presented ratios and percentages for increased size of home with and without ADU, and with attached ADUs that can also incorporate garages. So I think it's a valid point, and I am in full support. It would also reduce the footprint on the hill of multiple structures, which would help consolidate and create more green space.
Cool. Awesome. And then I think similar to that, it sounded like there's a little bit of like asterisks or footnotes relating to under roof space in terms of the calculation of finished versus unfinished.
Sure.
And I think we probably should clarify that in the ordinance itself, so that it's not something where like a future person who's interpreting this code would be like, no, it just says under roof, so that's it.
Right.
And we're going to count every square foot of every step on a stair or something like that.
Yeah, and some of that might be, it'll ultimately come down to the assessor, but before that, it's going to come down to us to jump ahead of it so it can be accurate numbers.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Sally, did that cover your question too? I'm glad I jumped in.
Exactly. Yep. And then I have another sort of kink. I think this is really, I want to kind of go backwards a little bit, but I think it's awesome that we're doing this zone by zone. And we're really just talking about single family homes right now. So I wanted to make sure like we're all on the same page with that. And we're talking about the R1A zoning district only, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So this first ordinance, unless directed otherwise, would only be covering R1A and single family homes.
Okay, so now I'm going to walk back my, I'm not walking anything back, but I want to maybe think forward a little bit about potentially, because as we do this, you mentioned that, and this is true, I think, but maybe you can speak to it a little bit more. We end up reducing density because, if you have a lot of land, you build a smaller home, you still own all the land, your home is surrounded by more property, but we don't have additional structures, livable structures going on to that property unless the developer chooses to build an ADU or something like that. And so right now you can't build a duplex in R1A, correct?
Correct.
So if we wanted to allow duplexes to sort of offset this density, like someone building an enormous home isn't really helping with the density issue because it's not like they're going to have a huge home with multiple families living in their home. So I realized that when we talk about like reducing density, we're not really talking about potential structures that would have been built that can't be anymore. But if we were to consider allowing duplexes in the R1A zone, and we have the maximum square footage requirement, then we sort of prevent duplexes from being allowable. Is that true?
No, because this would still only be, if we were to allow duplexes, this would still only relate to single family homes.
Cool. Okay. So if duplexes were at some point allowable in R1A, they would have a different square footage maximum because they're not a single family home.
Correct.
Great.
And that's, you can find examples of that in the code where there are different size regulations for whether it's a multifamily unit or a single family unit. So it would be something we could do would be to put in different regulations in the code related to single family versus a duplex.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, totally. And a great point. And I think something really important to think about while we're having this conversation.
In the draft itself, it does include all of the different zoning districts. Are those just restate? We're just not talking about those yet.
So that is the draft that went to the Planning Commission. There are 4 ordinances in this packet. So if you find the lowest one, that is the most up-to-date one.
The last one with your notes on it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it has notes on the side.
Cool.
Yeah. Any questions on floor area ratio? Okay. So the next strategy is to implement a maximum single family home lot coverage by zoning district or by parcel size. So this is just regulating the footprint. This includes any overhangs. So this is just kind of all the land that would be built on with a foundation or with an overhang. So basically you can't have a smaller first floor and a really big second floor. And it also includes porches. This does not regulate the gross floor area or the total building size, but will be paired with height regulations and setbacks. And this is a less common tool, but can be seen in Colorado Springs and in Mancos, where they have maximum lot coverages. So in Colorado Springs, and there are 4 residential district, their minimum lot area is 5,000 and their maximum lot coverage is 35. Therefore, their maximum building footprint is 1,750. And so this would be a good time to go back to the draft ordinance that we included and see some examples that we included. So we offered a 30% lot coverage, which would allow for a 2,250 square foot footprint, which is still a really large home by Silverton standards. And you'll also see that we included a maximum lot coverage with an approved ADU. And so this gives both footprint area for the ADU as well as additional footprint for the principal structure. So adding a little bit of an incentive if someone were interested in building a large home. So we have 30% with a 40% bump for an ADU, 40% with a 50% bump for an ADU, and 50% with a 60% they're all a 10% bump for an ADU. So 60% total lot coverage. And then the footprint size is laid out on the side in comments.
So Lucy, just for if someone hasn't built a house or familiar with these values, can you give us an example of a house or a structure in Silverton that would have a 2,250 square foot footprint? Like, what is that? What is that?
Yes. I'll hand that over to Bevan.
So the footprint, probably the closest current one would be similar to Jim Weller's new home. And even that is smaller than, it's about 1,800 square foot footprint, as I recall. So it's, and Weller's home is the largest new home that I'm aware of that's been built with that footprint in town.
Also, just hypothetically for like imagining the size, like our building lots are 25 by 100, so 2,500 square feet. So it's just 10% smaller than one building lot. It's 2,250.
Right.
Yeah.
And most zones are 2-lot minimum. R1A is a 3-lot minimum. So that that is, if that makes sense as a reference for size.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
so that would mean with the 30% maximum lot coverage, wait, is that where we are?
Yes.
Yep, that would be 2,250 square foot footprint, and that would add up to like a 5,000 square foot home.
Yes, or if it had 3 stories or basement and 2 stories, it could be even 25% larger than that.
Sure, right.
So you could be looking at about a 5,625 square foot home, which we don't have in this town that I'm aware of right now. Single family home.
So even our kind of most restrictive option we presented you with would still allow for a really uncharacteristically large home.
So that sounds really big to me, I guess. Or it sounds yeah, out of character with what we have in Silverton.
Yes, I would agree.
So do we talk about reducing that number or just move on and learn about the other and look at the other structures for doing this?
Yeah, we can talk about reducing that number. For sure.
I don't want to like drive this here, Jim or Shane. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think R1A is supposed to be kind of like the Wingate house, which I don't think is smaller than this really. I don't know the total square footage. That's a large building. And I think the reason that the Wingate house is like socially acceptable here, but not what maybe Sally you're thinking about, is because it's Victorian looking. So I think it has a little bit to do with the aesthetic coupled with the size. But R1A is specifically intended to be a larger house. You know, it's not a single family residence necessarily. So I don't know the right way to do it, because I also don't want to like micromanage whatever, like I don't want to go down to like the specific details saying like this is the only thing you're allowed to do here. So I don't know what the right answer is. I hear your knee-jerk reaction, Sally, and I agree with you that it could get out of control and not be good. And that's why we're looking at this. But I also don't want to like prevent. I have similar thoughts like when we get to like the BA stuff, you know, having limitations that are significantly smaller than the Grand Imperial or the Highlander, like an appropriately large, like style building could be a great addition to downtown. But the wrong style could ruin the aesthetic of the whole downtown. And so I don't know the right way to figure that
Yeah,
out.
for me, I don't think it is about the aesthetic, actually. I mean, in this conversation, I don't want to weigh in on people's aesthetic. It really, to me, is about sort of when we're doing new builds and they allow for, let's say someone has a garage in there. So it's really more like 4,800 square feet. That's, I guess, regardless of how it looks, it just changes the character of, I don't want to even say it changes the character. It's just not in line with what we see in our built environment. And I think in that case, I guess I'd want to think about, go back to sort of the environmental goals or, and I don't know if this is a discussion to like try and nickel and dime like a couple hundred square feet here and there, but I think we're pushing it. I think we're pushing into like a different, type of accommodations in single family dwelling when we're talking about a 5,500 square foot home. My home, which feels really big to me, it's probably without the garage around 2,200, 2,000 square feet. And so, doubling our house, it would change our experience.
How does this compare to the current restrictions? Like if someone wanted to build something today and max it out, is this more restrictive than what they could do today? Or is this just codifying a maximum?
There's no max, right?
There are no real restrictions other than setbacks right now.
And height, setback and height, and then whatever you can build within that, right?
Of course, yep. Height is still going to be 30, based on medium grade between the high and low point on a hill. And
that was my other question. So you just answered it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is not that we're expecting people to come here and build McMansions on the hill, but it's also to manage it so that even if they don't want to, that's not necessarily an option. It has multiple reasons: environmental, it has maintaining the visual. We're all kind of fortunately used to seeing the hill relatively bare. Back in the day, there were little cabins on the hill. And now it's a kind of a contradiction because we're trying to limit the size of homes on the hill. And the cost to build on the hill would essentially only allow for people that could afford to build larger homes. Not to say that they are necessarily going to do that, but we need to recognize that even these numbers on a square footprint seem big. They're as big as some full square foot house. Like you were just explaining, Sally, that your house is about 2,000 square feet. That's not the footprint. And we're talking about footprint. So it's really giving people an understanding of how large a home they can build. I mean, if we did it to 50% on 3 lots, you could essentially build a home the size of the Avon on that property, that parcel.
I think that this draft is a really great starting point for like we're going to get public input on this, right? So I feel like rather than figuring out like really trying to make it perfect with this small group, I think this is a really great starting point for the conversation. And then like the concerns, Sally, you have, I think are super valid, and those will come up in the course of like a broader public discussion, and we can figure out what the community is actually comfortable with. But I think that these as like suggested parameters are like a really great thing to then put out to the community. I don't think there's anything in here that's like egregiously off or even like slightly off compared to like the input we've received so far. Right.
Okay.
And then it'll just come down to like the overall community's preference.
Right. Agree. Okay. Anything else on this ordinance or footprint?
If we're not talking about BA or R2, I think that all this stuff is great.
Yeah, just R1A right now. And then I think this can be a great blueprint after community input to move on to those next districts.
Did I miss somewhere in the ordinance that specifically said that the 30-foot height would be measured based on the median grade from highest to lowest point? Is that in there, or that's just something that
It's just something I know, but
I think similar to the like finished, unfinished,
sure.
that would be something really good to include so that we have less open for interpretation later.
Yeah, because that's gonna be an issue on the hill. We're not talking.
Yeah.
Right.
That was even an issue when we were building our house. So I think I had that same thing written down too.
Cool. I think those are the only two like modifications I'd request.
Awesome. And then this next policy tool is similar to setting a maximum footprint. It's simply increasing setbacks, which if you make the setbacks kind of big enough, it'll have the same effect. This is usually done on having really large setbacks is not common on smaller parcels, but sometimes you'll see it on really, really large parcels. But this is definitely a less common strategy as well. But this is an example from Leadville, where their minimum lot areas range from 5,000 to 2,500. And you'll see something interesting that they did is, I'm just showing this to show an increased setback from 2,500 to 500, but additionally, they include a max of lot coverage as well. Just so this is just kind of to show that you can kind of couple these together as well. And you would use the max lot coverage when you have a larger lot. So that is setbacks, which is pretty simple.
I think Shane's right. When we hear from the community input will guide us here. My initial thought on the setback strategy is that pushes houses further away from the public right of way, and it can create potentially just makes snow. I don't know. It just makes me think about like how far you have to go to get to the public right of way.
Yeah, absolutely. And we may, if we were interested in setbacks, we might be more interested in a larger side setback and setting like a 25-foot side setback.
Yeah.
I couldn't find communities that have side setbacks that large, but that is one option for setbacks, and that also could kind of just push, could kind of create a minimum buildable area within the parcel.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing here, and I don't have a sense of like exactly how this would operate in like a real life way, but when we get bigger houses on bigger lots, I think the other effect of that built environment on the culture of the community is that those homes become kind of, beacons on the hill type of thing. And I think something that's really cool about living in Silverton is organic connections that we have with our neighbors, because we do live right next door to each other. And I think, as we look at planning the community going forward and how we relate to each other, if we have these like houses that are relatively isolated from other homes, I just think that I think there's a detriment to the fabric of the community when we isolate ourselves that way. That's like what mining claims are for. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Just kidding. That's the county's problem.
I have a broader just question. I don't want to throw a wrench in the process in any way, but what's kind of the thinking on including, like, should this be done in conjunction with also like the minimum sizes? Or are we just focused on maximum now and then minimum will follow? Because I know that in the existing or original draft ordinance, we had both maximum and minimum. And I know, like I saw a footnote somewhere in here earlier that maybe we reduce R1A minimum from $7,500 lot or 75,000 square foot lot size to 5,000 square foot lot size. Similarly, the community for years has been talking about pros and cons of 2,500 square foot R1 lot size. I think maybe that's just a can of worms that we could get this done and then focus on that. And that's the main pro for not combining it. But it seems like it would be like when we do the minimum, it would make sense to revise this ordinance to be both minimum and maximum rather than having parallel maximum and minimum ordinances.
Yeah, absolutely. And that leads perfectly into our last point of this, which is trustees might want to consider increasing density in R1A for that reason, and allow a reduced minimum lot size as well as multifamily units such as duplexes. And I think that honestly, throughout this whole conversation, that kind of seems to be what everyone's coming back to is R1A is already low density. By reducing lot size, we're just going to make that more apparent in the visuals of the built environment. So what if we reduce the lot size and there could be more housing up there, they'd be closer together. The built environment would appear similar to what is, I guess, in R1, R2, and ED, and potentially working with developers who own large parcels to work on PUDs that include multifamily units such as cottage courts, etc. So that is definitely, I think, something staff has been thinking a lot about, but would require a lot larger conversation. And I will say there is a downside to that. R1A is located, mainly on Shrine Hill, which has a lot of steep slopes and kind of areas that are difficult to develop. So one pro of having large lots is that you can kind of get around those tricky, like most parcels will have an area that's buildable, even if there's kind of hazards. And so by reducing the lot size, it allows people to kind of sell off potentially the hazardous parts of their lots, creating areas that are trickier to develop. So that's one downside of increasing the allowable density.
I think that's a great point.
Is there anything not in here that's like included, like Uray has a bunch of houses as you get up at like towards the amphitheater that are on very steep slopes, and then Telluride on like the western side of the canyon has like where like Imogene comes out. There's like a bunch of houses that like one even has like a grocery elevator or something silly that is really bad looking, but there's a bunch of like steep slope structures in both of those places. Is there anything that we're not considering that, or have we asked them like, do you wish you did this differently in terms of zoning before all these structures were built? Because we have mostly a blank slate and have the opportunity to avoid whatever pitfalls may have.
Yeah, to not allow development in really steep slopes, or to
just like understanding like we we're talking right now about like if we reduce lot size in R1A and it's on Shrine Hill, it's like more of a policy concern that maybe people sell off smaller parcels and then they're like moving a huge amount of dirt or building things on stilts, and like, what's the, like in these other places that have already experienced development on what used to be blank slate hillsides.
Yeah.
Is there anything they would recommend to us as we consider our policy goals around the zoning of that hillside?
Yeah, that's a great point. I have not talked to any planners, but I'll look into that for sure.
I can suspect that some of them may say for visual appeal, they might have focused on consolidation and denser building within the town and not on the hillside. And that's part of our approach in this, is to try and maintain green space minimize the kind of erosion that would occur if there was too much coverage on lots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is it okay for me to interrupt this conversation a little bit?
We've been pretty open about allowing public comment during work sessions, so I'd say yes.
Okay. I'm Dean Bosworth. I'm a structural engineer. I've designed literally dozens of those houses in Telluride. And I would say that when you're considering putting an ordinance on that hillside, that one of the best things you can probably do is increase the side setbacks. Not necessarily the front setbacks, but the side setbacks just allows a lot more stability and allows us to work with, when we try to get them too tight, we build foundations that are much more complicated. And it's a simple stroke of an ordinance pen to just say, let's increase the setbacks to 20 feet in those areas. And it accomplishes a lot. So anyway, I just wanted to jump in there before that got lost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that brings up a really good point on this conversation. There's just a lot of geotechnical and engineering considerations for some of the trickier parts of developing on the hill that I think also need to be taken into consideration before we change any density requirements.
And we were also talking about a potential, like, it would be really helpful to have our Shrine Hill plan of like development and kind of see what that would look like prior to like doing this ordinance, so that we wouldn't be putting the cart before the horse.
Right.
Could do a rendering versions of it to see what that would look like with those size homes and layout setbacks. Also, we may contend with maintaining a view of the shrine, itself.
Kevin, I mean, okay, I'm having like a knee-jerk reaction here. I try not to have those, but this is such a cool idea. I think the visual, yeah, for me, for sure, before I actually like owned a house and built a house, and now that I know Dean's in the room, he could probably correct me on the actual size of the house that I own and live in. I'm just not very good with that spatial connection between the numbers and the size, all, in a specific way. But so it might be kind of useful for the community if we have these kinds of conversations. I mean, I don't know the downsides of the visual, but I am curious. I think that, yeah, I'm curious to see like what the mock-up looks like. Like if this happened, if we did it with this scale, this would be the visual. If we did it with this scale, this would be the visual. Sounds like a lot of work and maybe slightly scary, but I love that you just threw that out there.
Yeah, I don't think it's that much work. I think we can generate that. I'll take steps on that. And so we can get the visuals, and that kind of information can really help conceptualize what we're talking about, because otherwise it's hard to tell, especially on a hill. It's easier to do it on a flat surface, but much more complicated on a hill with dimensions and setbacks that were undefined right now.
I would spend like 5 to 10 minutes just brainstorming with the staff pros and cons of that visual, just because I would hate for like the public to perceive that as the town saying like, here's what we're doing.
Right.
It's just saying like, this is a conceptual idea so that we can plan our infrastructure and ordinances around structures. Maybe that's just like a big bold thing at the top says this is not real.
Yeah, or we could do.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Sally.
No, go for it.
I was just gonna say, or we could show you different house sizes and different lot coverage as a visual, rather than showing what an entire developed hill would look like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't thought about this enough, obviously, to like have an opinion, but I think generally speaking, if this is a public, actually, where the visuals currently exist is in the master plan. And so I think the community has weighed in on, what what they like and what they don't like. And I think it's important for us to kind of keep our eyes on the ordinance and the numbers and getting something in place.
So something else I'm thinking is that this seems like a stepping stone ordinance as opposed to like an ultimate ordinance. Like we'll adopt this after we get public input. It's better than not having these specifications, which is the case today. And so this will be a step forward, but I'm sure that we will find reasons to iterate, as we do the minimum, as we talk more about incentivizing affordable housing and increased density and all that kind of stuff. So I still think this is a really good step in the right direction once we get the public input to like consider adopting something like this, even though we acknowledge that it's not our final state necessarily.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. So thank you for your input. I guess before we close this conversation, and I know we need to quickly, I guess, was there a policy tool that you liked more than the other? Did you like the lot coverage? Or did you like the floor area ratio? I feel like I kind of have a sense of the numbers that we discussed that we were comfortable with.
I feel like I set up where it's like the more restrictive of A or B works really well, because that covers all the scenarios where if someone does have, six adjoining lots, when we had the lot coverage ratio, they'll end up with a really gigantic structure. So I feel like you need both. I think there is some really the covered structure tool is potentially really confusing at first until people get used to it, because I think people are really just used to talking about finished and unfinished as opposed to like how much covered structure there is. And so I think that's something we just need to like really get granular about so that people don't get super confused as they start putting together plans and applications.
There could also, it's been brought up in one of the meetings, the possibility of having a size that would force a use subject to review for that size or larger. So it's another way to approach it, but including up to that.
Awesome.
I like that. I liked it a lot.
I lean towards the either or.
Dean, is there anything that you want to share that, with your wealth of knowledge and on this subject?
Well, I think that you really hit Lucy and Bevan on the idea that you drive the goals of the master plan with these sort of ordinances. And that's something that's been lacking in Silverton. I think that's great. You're using those tools, to increase density or reduce density or however you're doing it in a particular area. I will say that, and to speak to what Sally is describing it, I've designed, I think, 20 some houses here. And I've yet to get anything even close to these numbers that you're talking about. And I've not had anybody even come to me with the idea that they want to build something like that. So I don't think there's a big issue with aiming low a little bit on those square footages right now, because the real estate market doesn't support it anyway because of the cost of construction right now. And the other thing is it's an opportunity for us to just set some limits to that.
Sure.
And it's probably not affecting it's not really affecting a lot of the people that live here now or the people that are considering coming in here, at least at this stage.
Sure.
So I mean, I don't see an issue with that. I would like to say when you get into the flat areas of town that we also consider how that square footage is divvied up a little bit, because things like open porches generate a sense of community, and back to Sally's discussion, and those should have some benefits in the square footage. And additionally, when you talk about square footage per floor, basements are great places to throw in that rec room that Sally doesn't like. But, and it doesn't impact the rest of the neighborhood, but minimize the third floor, because the risk right now is when you start to try to tighten up footprints on houses and allow square footage, you end up with blocks of buildings rather than something with architectural feature. So if you limit that third floor area that somebody can do, or limit the average roof height, then you can keep the scale of the buildings down too. So I don't know if that's something that can be written into an ordinance like this or not, but.
Yeah, I think part of it is why we're focusing on R1A right now. And recognize that the other zones are gonna have to be treated a little bit differently. I'd like to see more density in town, and I'd like to see a reduced density, or density that makes sense visually and environmentally on the hill. And
yeah, they're really two different aesthetics and two different uses.
sure.
The hillside is it's almost a different community than the valley floor.
Yeah, no, I think it's very valid, and I think we have more ideas regarding density and use of space, and I'm certainly like to talk to you more about it going forward.
So this is going to have a lot of community input. I was unclear of the process here a little bit.
Well, I don't know if that'd be a lot. I don't know that we're gonna have like a workshop or something, but it would go in front of the board as a draft at a public meeting, and hopefully, like, often what happens is like the trustees will just reach out to as many people as they can, saying like, we'd like more feedback on this. But this is one where we really heard from a bunch of people.
Additionally, the master plan also recommends, and I'm saying this without a lot of planning or thinking, but additionally, the master plan also recommends a shrine area sub plan. And that could be a great opportunity to get feedback. That could be a great opportunity to talk to geotech professionals and structural engineers and get a really good idea of what's possible. We can use our build out plan to kind of give us a basis of whether we should increase density or not based on kind of our resources. So just putting that out there as well, that if we want a lot of community input on the future built environment of R1A, that also might be something trustees may want to consider in the future.
All right, I'm going to be the regulator here because we do have about 7 more minutes until our next meeting. So thanks for powering through. We did have one more agenda item on here, and Shane, I'll just ask you if we wanted to keep it on and discuss it real quick, or do we want to?
I think this is super quick. So
okay, cool.
I mean, I know we want to take a break in between, but so generally the way that we draft.
You can stop sharing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So the way that our policy for remote attendance is drafted, we're supposed to be requesting permission each time, and that seems arduous and unnecessary. It seems like the way that we've been going about remote attendance is working really well, and that it's good for us to have the policy so that we have a mechanism if it gets abused at some point in the future. But I was wondering if we wanted to direct staff to revise the policy slightly to not technically require request for permission and approval by the board every single time it happens.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Cool.
I mean, are we talking about long durations or just 1 or 2?
Maybe that's a good clarification. Maybe it's like, if it's going to be extended, it's something that still follows the process that's in there now. But if it's like not more than 2 consecutive meetings or something like that, it doesn't require it. Does that sound like
I'm good. I think that's fantastic.
Because technically right now at the beginning of every meeting, and this came up because I'm supposed to moderate and facilitate the meetings. And at the beginning of every meeting where we have remote attendance, I'm supposed to ask everyone present if we're okay with those who are remote being remote. And that just seems silly.
Yeah. Says the guy on the screen.
Yeah.
I know, it's a little. I feel great.
Well, the
Yeah,
board will
it's
still have to adopt the revised portion, but so it would be unless they're gonna miss more than 2 consecutive meetings, like knowing in advance they're gonna miss more than 2. And I guess we could retroactively deal with it if like someone's missed 2 and they're doing a third, then it would trigger it where we'd have to just quickly as a board at the beginning of the meeting, be like, we're good with this, right? Everybody goes, yes.
So,
You
an
say
example, knowing that I'll be traveling, and I'm using me as an example. If I'm going to be traveling, so I will tell or check in with Gloria and say, hey, listen, I'm going to be gone these dates, just so you know. I'll end up having to call in.
Yeah, this would
Is that
only
a good
be
example or
it's
no?
not for missing,
Okay.
because we already have a separate policy
Right.
that relates
I
to how
just
many
wanted to
meetings
make
we
sure.
can miss
Okay, so
consecutively.
if they're remote more than 2 meetings, consecutive meetings, we do a check-in.
Or is that still too much? That's like a whole month of being remote. I think that's okay.
No, I think that's why you have that communication. No, I think that's good. Smart.
And then they check in with me, or they check in with the board, or the board checks in with them. Sorry.
I check in with Gloria.
I think if it's gonna be extended, it should just be something where we check in as a board and say, yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay.
If it's not, then I think staff approval is totally fine.
Okay. And does this apply just for regular meetings, or is this for committee meetings and work sessions?
I think the way that it's in there now, it's for all.
Right, just wanted to double check.
But I guess it would be, like, when we're talking about like missing consecutive meetings, like, I think we would assume that, let's just do regular meetings.
Okay, sorry, just trying to get that.
Because also we're trying to like figure out how to have these committee meetings and everything else. And often, like, even if we're here, it's just like saving the 10 minutes of getting over to town hall, being able to do it on Zoom is super helpful.
Yeah. Okay, I think I've got my direction.
Cool. Yeah, and if anything didn't make sense or creates a conflict in it, then we can talk about it, and then it'll still come in front of the whole board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we will present the amended to the whole board with track changes so that you all can see what we changed.
Perfect.
Okay. Thanks, team. Do you want to take a couple minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Me too.
Yeah, I do. I need a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Great. Thanks. We don't have to end it. We'll just pause it.
All right.
Until Thanks for bearing with us. We just needed a 5-minute break as we were just getting out of another meeting and jumping in onto this one. All right. I'm going to share my screen. We can get started. Here. Do you want to kick us off? Oh, you got your mouth full.
Sure. So welcome to a trustee work session to discuss some of our development constraints. It's Thursday, March 16th. The time is 6:36 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. I guess let's go ahead and do a roll call. Yeah. Trustee Davis.
Please.
Trustee Crater. Trustee Harper.
Here.
Trustee Beer.
Here.
Trustee George. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Marty.
Here.
Mayor Furman. Here. Yeah, 6 out of 7 board members here tonight.
Oh, wait, I can't do it this way. I don't have my notes.
Oh, no.
Can you share? I just realized all my notes are hidden when I do that. All
Are we
right,
sure the links are live? I just got a message from somebody that
YouTube live.
both the YouTube and the say live, but it's just a blank screen.
And we don't have any attendees, which I know we just had one. There's Logan.
He was the one that messaged me.
Maybe
We're
more?
probably good now.
Okay. You want to ask him if we're good?
Well, I think it's just really delayed.
Okay.
We're good.
We're good? Okay. Would you mind pulling up my presentation I emailed to you? Thanks.
It's on the shared drive because this is.
I just, no, but yeah, it is on a shared drive. Hold on, I'll put it in an easy spot. Sorry for the delay real quick.
Fortunately, Facebook doesn't like to work if not logged in names.
I know. Okay. It's in my town administrator folder. And it go down to the bottom and it says work sessions on development concerns. Read only format right now because I'm. Jordan, you were a couple minutes late, but you were right on time. Okay. All right. So we'll just start here. So thanks for taking time out of your week to discuss our development issues and hopefully help staff come to some sort of a solution, or at the very least help prioritize how we should tackle these issues. I prepared a short presentation of our current development concerns, most of which you are aware of, but I figured it would be prudent to jot it all down. Please feel free to interrupt with questions. Our current code is ambiguous at best and sometimes detrimental to functioning efficiently as a town. So next couple slides, if you could go to the next slide, please, Matt. The notification for this meeting was included with the Personnel and Ordinance Committee, who just reviewed the draft development readiness assessment. So that whole draft is included in this notice meeting and and if you haven't dived into it yet, because the Personnel and Ordinance Committee got that quite a few, maybe a week or two ago,
to give you guys adequate time to kind of review it so we could actually have some discussion on it. I would recommend looking at that as well, or asking our Personnel and Ordinance Committee on their thoughts on that plan. And it is just a recommendation document, I should say. It also, so what it does is it outlines our current code that would need to be changed to be in line with our master plan and create clarity and cohesion in our development requirements. In thinking about development, we've highlighted a couple of chapters in our current code that staff feels are most in conflict with best practices for development and in conflict with our recently adopted master plan. The use subject to review applications in chapter 16 is used quite a bit these days because our code is restricting certain types of development, or we are only developing in areas with like hazard zones or overlays that make the development a lot more complicated. The town code does not address environmentally sensitive areas, which we've experienced that pain in the last couple of months reviewing a single application, and the town has taken strides to ensure a cap on vacation rental permits, but there could be more done in this area to address affordable housing. Next slide, please. And then if you glanced at the development readiness assessment, you will notice that there are many recommendations for change in policy, procedure, and structure, especially related to chapters 16 and 17. Chapter 17 lacks procedures for general applications, major subdivisions, specific procedures, and leaving room for like that misinterpretation. And then we have chapter 13 is lacking clarity on permits and process for environmentally sensitive areas. And staff is concerned about being able to provide services as the footprint of infrastructure continues to grow, while our wastewater treatment plant and collection system needs to be replaced. And we are dealing with a potential of water scarcity. And so we identified this as one of our constraints here. Next slide, please. So I'm just kind of running through this and then we can open it up. But this one is no surprise. Our code does not align with our master plan. We have a whole section on housing in our master plan, but those policies aren't adopted yet to address the affordable housing needs in the community. Next. Oh, and then on this one too, while adopting one ordinance at a time might seem like a simple fix, there are some out there that might be, and there might be some out there that are very simple, and we're looking for those. But as we experienced in our previous meeting with maximum square footage, and even thinking about that ordinance, it gets complicated fast and requires extensive staff time and research and community outreach. So then we'll go on to our resources concerns. So speaking to staff capacity, while community planning strategies has been a lifesaver for the town, myself and the public works director are still acting as a planning director, helping review applications and kind of helping things move forward, boots on the ground. So that's one thing that we're realizing, that we don't really have as much capacity for our day-to-day duties when a application is kind of deemed as urgent, and trying to get that back to the applicant as soon as possible. And then with board capacity, well, I would love for you all to be full-time, but for what you get paid, we are lucky to get you twice a month. So I want us to all be very upfront that the board doesn't have the availability to meet multiple times a week, every week, to tackle these issues, and how we want to use that time strategically moving forward, and prioritization. So next slide, please. And then we look at our resources as far as our water supply is close to capacity now. We have identified in our master plan the wastewater and collection system needs significant upgrades or full replacement. And this can't be understated.
that this wastewater, that we really need to focus on kind of our base infrastructure. And then in terms of development, we really need a comprehensive stormwater system or plan in place for the drainage in town. You can probably see that today as the snow melts. So with all this, next slide, please. I know that's all a big Debbie Downer on where we're at with dealing with development, but I wanted to kind of highlight what's working. So applications that have already been approved, they don't take very much of staff time at all. And then construction of residential or commercial buildings as allowed a use by right, with a caveat that they don't require extension of infrastructure, are not wetland or environmentally sensitive areas, and are not within the AROD or historic overlay district. And then additions and renovations to existing residential or commercial buildings is not as taxing on us as a new development would be. So, and then I wanted to give you guys some numbers. So next slide, please. Oh, you can't see that from here, can you? We'll leave it on that for a second though. So staff had prepared a confidential memo with a couple of options to solve these problems that you all received. The one that staff recommended was a pause on certain applications for 1 year, including those in chapter 16, 17, and some in 13. So we could have time to get our codes updated. Administratively, this is the best solution to stop and fix the situation, realizing that there are more considerations than what would be best for staff, including community impact. We are asking the board to have a thoughtful conversation, understanding our current concerns and how you and as a board would like us to proceed. And we can go back through the concerns, and if you have any questions on them, we can help define them and open up that conversation, unless staff has anything to add that they didn't cover. Okay.
So like to bulk categorize the constraints and challenges, we have capacity constraints and then we have resource constraints. Is one more significant or pressing than the other?
I would also code.
Sure.
So I would add, I guess there would be constraints there.
Constraints being just, but really the code constraints turn into human capacity constraints because it just requires more time.
And I would add that there's constraints in our code that don't allow for development that is prioritized in the master plan. And the sooner we could solve that, the sooner we can get development that the community wants.
Got it.
Yeah.
So among those three, is there like an order of priorities, or are they all fairly equal?
And that's kind of what we are here tonight to determine, because administratively we could say, yes, this is what we recommend, but we realize that you all are policymakers to help us kind of take all consideration of the impacts of what we recommend.
I'd say with respect to our water supply, that would probably be the top priority. If our water supply is an issue, it can be an issue right now, even in the wintertime. But I think that what we're seeing with all these new homes that have been built in the last 3 years, let's say 40, 50, I don't know. Bevan was here, he might be able to tell me. That is showing as a strain on our water supply right now. When we have a fire, when we have main breaks, when we have source water issues, and then you think about adding another 40 or 50 homes or 100, that is a hard stop. I mean, that's something, and our capstone student is doing her project on that, which is the build out analysis and saying, okay, this is how much water you have. This is how many more homes you could actually build in town on vacant lots, you know, with a mix of density or whatever, you know, whatever you might expect. So I would say that the water would be a hard stop, and everything else would come second to that. You can design a wastewater system for capacity. You can fix the sewer system that we have and take on more capacity. But water supply is probably the biggest one. And it's kind of sneaking up on us with all the development that we've just seen in the last few years.
Can you help frame that for us a little bit more, John, and for the public on kind of historically what we've seen? Because we know this valley has had more people at different points in time. And so help orient us to like how things have changed over time and like what we're seeing into the future.
One thing that's changed is water treatment. Expectations. Clean Water Act 1974 was a big deal. Bill McDougall likes to tell a story of when he used to wash Jordy when he was a baby. In the springtime, the water would be brown.
Coming out of the faucet. Yeah.
Clean Water Act changed everything, and Silverton followed that slowly. So now our level of treatment has to be at a much higher level. It's not a matter of how much water we can put into the pipes. It's how much water we can put into the pipes at a treated level that's acceptable to the EPA standards.
So help me understand, it's a little bit more along the lines of water treatment as opposed to water quantity. I mean, it's some of both.
We're also in a decades-long drought here in the Southwest, so.
There are a lot of factors there.
So this is a capacity issue.
It is one of the points that we're discussing, yes.
And would a solution, if we had unlimited financial resources as a solution to that, creating larger reservoirs, whether those are more tanks or an actual reservoir, and having a mechanical plant for water treatment, or like what are or is it actual hard stop, like we don't have enough resources for more people?
Well, I think the resources are there for a much larger population. It's a matter of the infrastructure. You mentioned storage, raw water reservoirs, and that stuff just gets really expensive really quickly. So we need to start with the baseline. Where are we now, and how much can we grow without spending how many X million dollars to up our capacity?
Can staff or anyone speak to the concept of like, I'm trying to remember where it was in our code, but the idea around like developers needing to prove water availability? Like, is that one stopgap we have that like we already have in our code that certain developers or certain scales of projects have to prove water availability, or am I making that
I think that's
Isn't that a
something
state?
for the county. The county has some of those issues that they need to be able to prove that they can.
I thought it was
And I think it's for. Certainly it's there for commercial, whether they can septic and whether they can provide emergency services, but I don't know if it's in the city.
Are you thinking of a state statute?
Yeah, I think it was part of CRS. I'll see if I can find what I was thinking about.
I'm not aware of anything in our code that addresses that.
Water availability, yeah. Okay.
The reason I kind of honed in on this is because we've been allocating a lot of resources to a lot of things that are aligned with the community values and in the master plan, but they're almost like nice to haves compared to what we're talking about right now. We allocated $500,000 to affordable housing and $300,000 to the Blair Street grant match. And it's like, do we just need to be putting all of our resources into this first?
Well,
and solving for this before we do all these other things? But
that's a good point.
Or can we be doing all of them at once?
It's a good point. In the master plan, they mention infrastructure, that we would like to have a strong infrastructure, but they don't go into much detail.
Everybody wants a strong infrastructure, but paying for it.
Right.
Putting other things aside to get it hurt.
And we've been working on our source water. It's been on my plate for a while. And the well thing is just not going to work. It's the water quality above the ground. That's the rural coming out of some of these drainages, but the water quality below the ground is extremely difficult to treat and very expensive to treat. Could still be an option, but I like the idea of storage or reservoirs better.
And again, like water rights, water quantity above ground is potentially there. It's the storage, the treatment, and getting it to everybody.
And I don't want to get sidetracked on water, source water or water availability too much, because there's so many other things in this conversation that should be addressed. But I think it's just something that we need to get the data. The study is underway. we need to get some more data. And that's another reason why we're kind of suggesting this now, before we're like open arms to development, which is great. We need housing, we need, commerce, we need the economic benefits of development, but we need to be prepared. And it's something that if you're going to add X amount of units, well, do we have water right now for X amount of units, or do we need to start pumping the brakes at some point in the near future? We put a cap. How does that look? If we're like, oh, well, we can only build 100 more houses before we're going to have real problems. How does that look? It's something to think about.
Well, it's a real circuitous thing too, because it's like how we afford more infrastructure as we allow more people to live here.
Well, more ratepayers. Typically the communities with the smallest populations have the highest utility rates.
It's a fixed cost. It doesn't, you have to have a base level of service.
Question number 1, address.
So like something that just came up in the, oh yeah, sorry. We forgot about the Zoom guys. Sorry. Jim.
Thank you. I didn't want to barge in, although I'm really good at it. John, going back to water and then water treatment and wastewater, aren't we mandated by 2028 to have our wastewater up to a certain standard?
I'm not aware that they have set that date, but that is their goal date. Yeah, it's in 2020.
That's the goal. That's the goal date that I read, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And we're working on that right now with a EPA working group to develop a roadmap to replace our wastewater treatment facility.
Cool. Because that's a piece of the puzzle.
Oh yeah. But again, wastewater is something that we can design capacity, but water supply is much more complicated and expensive.
Understood.
So zooming way out, something that just came up in the Personnel and Ordinance Committee meeting was kind of like process and timelines. My top priority when I got elected was the master plan, and now the top priority is executing the master plan. But someone reminded me that the master plan is a 10-year document and that it's not our goal to accomplish the whole master plan in 1 year or 2 years. And so something that I think is important to figure out is like, what are our actual emergency needs versus what are the things that we need to balance with the rest of the community interests. What happens in large scale, like economically, based on the decisions that we consider today or at the next meeting, and what happens to the construction industry, and what happens to the kids in school that are related to the people that work in the construction industry. So I think we just need to like be very, very very, very specific in our thinking about like how we address these concerns and how quickly we get to them. I think it's easy to get caught up in getting stuff done really fast. It feels good, and we've been good at it. But also, and I also understand, Katie and Gloria's concerns, like, and Lucy's and Bevan's comment that like we can't necessarily do one at a time ordinances. Like sometimes we have to do broad swaths. But I think there's a lot of factors that we need to think about. And, our goals that we have in front of us are 10-year goals, not 1-year goals.
I would point out that, in the last couple of years, development really took off here. And that's what kind of the slide is up here, is these numbers of how many building permits we issued, use subject to review applications, and it's been overwhelming. Looking right now where we're at, it's not as overwhelming
We don't have applications right now. That's not to say that they couldn't come in. But we are coming from a place of exhaustion, I think, of dealing with all of this growth so fast and concern that we would potentially do something that would be a detriment to the community, because we are trying to respond the best we can, but we don't want to be responsible for that. And that's, I think, where we're coming from too, is that we've been slammed for a couple of years. And it looks like I'm attributing probably to the economy and other things, that it's not as intense right now at this point, but that's also a good time to have this conversation.
Well, I think for me, building on that, this idea that taking some sort of action has consequences and externalities, and not taking some sort of action has consequences and externalities. And like, it's our job to sort of workshop it, dialogue about it, look at what that is, and make trade-offs, because there are always going to be trade-offs. And I think where my mind goes when I'm thinking about this, I briefly looked through the development readiness assessment. I was very impressed. I just thought staff time, Katie and CPS's time, like this is what we've been hoping for, to move us, I think, in the direction where we actually do have a code that is in line with our master plan. And I think that gave me a ton of hope. But I also looked at it and said, like, this is a ton of work. There's so much work that has to go into actually creating the policy and adapting the code to fit that. And so the phrase that keeps coming to my mind is like, how do we navigate not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good? Like, there's a lot of good things we could do and changes we could make in the interim before we have some perfect alignment of master plan and code. And that's what I really would love to talk about, is what are those things? If we can have some agreement that where we're going to align our code with the master plan is a good direction, we should keep moving in that direction. Okay, that's the long term, that's the 10-year plan, that's the long-term vision. But in the meantime, what are the good things that we can do while we're navigating this change? And I don't have all these great creative ideas, right? That's why we have all these smart people in this room to talk about it. And it might mean different things to different people. But I'm worried about either like we had in the documents we've looked at so far, you know, you can kind of keep the status quo of what our code is until we move to some future version. We can meddle in different ways and make some changes as we move along and kind of have stop gaps. And a lot of our code, I think, has been that for years, which leads to very messy, difficult code. Or we can just say everything freeze, stop in time till we get to this good and perfect future. And I think it's just worth the discussion of like which of those are along some spectrum. I mean, they're pretty discrete options. You can't pause and move forward at the same time. To have that discussion around these different scenarios, or at least assume that we're starting from the common agreement that like a code that aligns with our master plan is the long-term goal. And maybe we aren't agreed in that. I don't know. I mean, this board has clearly given direction to proceed in that path. But if we can take that as a given, as a long-term goal, then it really is the question of what do we do in the meantime? What are the policy levers we have to work with? What are the mechanisms? But I see it still keeping the master plan, even though it's a long-term document, it is still a working document. It is things that we can like pick away at and try to achieve some of these things as we. So I don't know, that feels kind of like the pendulum we're in. We seem to have a lot of agreement on the long-term vision. And now it's like in the interim, what do we do while we're waiting to get there? But I worry about the perfect being the enemy of the good. And that might mean we make some mistakes. I don't know.
I don't have many suggestions or great ideas here, but one that I'm really confident in is that like within our trustee priorities, we've already identified it, but we haven't necessarily made it the first priority, but it was capacity building. And I think it's a no-brainer at this point, listening to like the staff is saying and identifying constraints. Something we could solve really easily is putting some of the cash that we've been spending on other projects towards building the planning capacity, hiring a senior planner, making that, you know, a top priority. If that is aligned with what staff is looking for. But I think like adding more people that have more bandwidth, who also have more perspective on like how to process.
What levers, what mechanisms and levers, yeah.
Could be a great change quickly. That's something we could do.
How does that feel at the staff level? Like, is that a priority for you?
And not to replace Katie and her team at all, but it would be like, it would be more just in addition to.
It's definitely something that's come to light recently because I had some discussions with Willie and was talking about a potential shared grant writer. And I realized I can write grants, but I'm not trained in planning. And that's really where a lot of my time has been, is helping facilitate and acting as a director for these projects. And I mean, John also spoke this as well when we talked, and he's spending a lot of his time on these projects. And the issue is that when we get an application, it's urgent. And everything else that we're doing has to be pushed back. And that's what's been kind of the rub with us, is we're trying to get these other projects on our plate done. And so I do think that, you know, putting resources towards an experienced planner, and hopefully we could get one. And I would, you know, advocate for like a planner 3 or something that is very experienced and would be able to do that. It's probably near my salary right now, to be honest, on how much they would need to live in the community, or to attract someone to the community, I should say. But it could be a solution. I'm not sure it's a short term, but it's more of a long term solution because it would have to be the right person.
Yeah, and I think that we should also think about how long the hiring process has taken for other qualified members of staff. So.
And we found all of you, so I feel like I'm pretty optimistic. Really rad people.
This whole table, yeah.
You know,
Took 140 years to find Gloria.
I'm just hearing such a broad swath of issues. I think this is such an important work session, and I'm really grateful that the staff is willing to kind of bring these issues forward to us and get input on kind of what's going on, because I think, yeah, better to be honest and real about what you're experiencing than try to, you know, shove it aside in a staff report or something and sort of carry on. And so I think this is really important. And I am starting, I think, to get a better understanding of some of the problems that we're solving. I have to say the water capacity, John, kind of took me a little by surprise. You know, I think we've heard the capacity, we've experienced the capacity with the last few applications, which obviously sort of highlighted some code constraints. And those are sort of the broad categories that Shane, I think, identified in those development concerns. And so obviously, as we sort of break it down from there, we get into, you know, more and more sort of specifics to those issues. And yeah, I guess what I'm wondering is, what more do we need to know to fully understand some of these complex problems? I mean, I think John brought up the water one, and I instantly had like, you know, 45 questions about that one particular problem. And that's not even including you know, all the questions that we could have asked Katie on the development readiness assessment. And I don't really know what Lucy has sitting on her desk day to day. I just think that there's a lot for us to sort of learn and understand about the problems. And then, you know, as we look at like, I think as we look at solution for those, or how we allocate funding, or how we allocate, you know, even just our directional resources, you know, like we'd like to see everyone spending time on this, not that. I think it's really important that we as a board I think I need to have a more complete understanding of some of the issues. I think we can see them on individual, you know, like I know specifically to the last few agendas, but sort of in a more broad sense, some of these problems sound really big and really important. And I think that matters because as we look at, you know, the mechanisms that we want to sort of implement to address some of the problems, it doesn't make sense to implement a policy change, for example, if it's addressing something that doesn't really fit with the problem that's going on. So before we look at what those mechanisms might be, I think we'd want to make sure, you know, what problem are we trying to solve and what's the best way of solving it? And I guess like we're just straight out of the Personnel and Ordinance Committee meeting, and that development readiness assessment just got, it runs pretty deep, and that document alone, I think, identifies the next few hundred meetings that we could have potentially as a board and as a staff. And that certainly speaks to, you know, resources that need to go towards that code rewrite. But what I want us to do as a board tonight really is like have a broad perspective of these problems so that we can make sure that we understand them completely enough to implement the right solution for them. And that's where I am in my own thinking. Like I sort of got the feeling from the beginning of the meeting that it would be really nice to walk away from this work session with kind of like, okay, great. We know we have this, this, and this. The board supports us. We can bring it to the regular meeting and we can know where we're going to go from here. And I would say I'm in a position right now of accumulating information. And I think just in some of what I've heard from staff from the previous meeting and then from John in this one, and Gloria from your presentation, I think we have a clear understanding of these broad categories of problems, but like, you know, is a planning director going to be the right fit? Or is it a planning director and something else? Is it, you know, like, I think there's probably a pretty, good mix that this cocktail needs to have to be effective, is my guess.
And Sally, if you wouldn't mind, I want to speak to a couple of things there of needing that more information, and we feel the same way. So we're waiting on a build-out analysis that'll give us more information on like our capacity here for development. We're in the midst of a rate study going on for wastewater and water treatment. So there are mechanisms being implemented right now to get that more information, but we don't have it yet. The build-out analysis, hoping will be done by the end of May. The rate study, we're hoping by budget time is our goal. And so it's slow to get that information, but it is in progress, I should say.
Okay, nice, great. I'm glad you mentioned that, Gloria.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Jordan. I can chime in a little bit. I think I was just leaning, towards the hitting the pause button on things. Just On the time scale that all this is happening, 12 months seems like a real small drop in the bucket to really to be able to preserve our staff and ideally, you know, come away with something that'll run more efficiently and better in the future. I see more long-term benefits from doing that, and you know, with some potential short-term cons or negatives to it compared to kind of piecing this thing together as we go.
Yeah, I agree completely with Jordan. I think if we continue this way, we're just going to keep doing to this staff what we've done to previous staff, previous planners, and why previous planners left. And it's not clear for builders in a lot of cases, or developers. They have to figure out the code themselves or hire somebody to help them figure out the code. And if we continue just allowing things to go by and we're looking at it, you know, on a case by case basis, and we do make mistakes. Master plan, I mean, maybe there's nothing left to preserve of the master plan in 10 years because we didn't address something immediately. So I don't think 12 months is very long. I think if it's specific and targeted, I think it's, yeah, I think that that's a good
So by
idea.
hitting the pause, you're referring to like the legal reference of a moratorium.
A specific, yeah, absolutely. A specific moratorium.
On all development, or did you have a sense of like what that scope and scale would be?
That I think included in the packet there, it was specific parts of chapters 16 and 17 and mostly use subject to review. Definitely not used by right. And not additions or remodels or anything like that. I mean,
just as one example of somewhere that's like definitely needs discussion is like something that wasn't previously talked about was including anything in the historic overlay district. That's the entirety of downtown. So at least what was on the slides tonight says a pause for entirety of downtown. That is used by right.
That just was one of our concerns. That's not included in there, but that's just one of our concerns.
Right, but that's all we can be talking about because the other thing was a confidential memo. So we have to be using this as our framing. So I'm just saying like, it's not as specific as you're saying.
On the slide, it was pretty vague. It did say some sections of 13, 16 and 17. So obviously we would need to make that very specific and very targeted.
Can I make a quick comment? I think that, you know, what you're seeing here is a pile of problems that this town has. And there is one solution that will give us time to work out that whole pile of problems. We've got wetlands. We've got a bunch of development coming in. We've got potential infrastructure constraints. We may want to hire a tier 1 planner. There are a lot of problems here that can be solved with a pause, with this pause. We're not crazy about this. This took a long time for staff to warm up to this. We started thinking about all of our problems that are related and how we could solve them and not make mistakes that are essentially could be permanent. If you allow a certain type of development in a certain area and you're rushing to get it done because the developer has a timeline, we have a timeline in our code, we do it wrong, it's done, it's there. And we still have the wetlands issue if we want to try to protect wetlands or not. It's a whole pile of things that are kind of related. On a lot of levels, they're different, but there's one solution that will give staff time and you time to solve some of these problems. And we're not going to codify the master plan in 1 year. You know, hopefully we have a lot of good code that we can bring you in 1 year and move forward and bounce springboard off that. But I think you all see what's going on here, but We have so many complex problems. If we start trying to hire a planner, how long is that going to take? How long is it going to take to develop wetland code? How many meetings is that going to take? Staff has time to work on this stuff, bring it back to you. I see it's less meetings. It gives us time to work on things without being on a deadline for developer A or developer B, or this one guy that wants to build a house next to the shrine. All these things. Simply put, it gives us time to solve these problems. It's not a great solution, but it is one solution for the short term that will allow us to solve a lot of problems at once. It may take 12 months, but like Jordan said, in the lifetime of this community, trying to do the right thing as far as development is concerned, we all agree that it's our recommendation to you.
John, I hear you on that. I mean, I totally agree. And I think I've struggled on the issue of the moratorium, since it's sort of been on the radar now. I keep trying to get myself in a position where I can take a stance on this and have an understanding of like, yep, that's the right thing to do. And I get to thinking about it and I get I get going one direction and I hear some input and I'm like, okay, I've got it figured out. And then I learn something else. I get a different perspective and my position flip-flops. And I think I've gone back and forth, just over and over on this issue, because I think it sounds prudent to hit the pause button and do things right and be really careful. And that is very persuasive to me. I am fully 100% in that camp. And I think we do have a whole bucket of problems to solve and ways to clean up the code and answers that we're waiting for on research and information about what we have and what we don't have and what we need and what we can afford and what we can't afford. And that sounds super overwhelming. And my reaction there is like, yeah, hit the pause button. That seems so reasonable. And I can see the staff perspective, over and over. We've been in these meetings together. Like I can see that. And I still have the same, and then I kind of have this other flip side of it where I'm like, what is a moratorium? And how in the world are we going to make it specific enough that we can be finished with it in 12 months? Like the last meeting we were in, that looked like 10 years of meetings to me. There's no way that looked like, Jim is laughing, but I keep emphasizing the amount of meetings. I'm serious. Look at that right-hand column. It is a lot of work for one ordinance to change. And we can look at that and prioritize them, and we can take a year to really filter it down. But I also can't help but ask the question, because I think it's responsible to ask the question, what's the collateral damage? Or what are we, do we know what we don't know? I guess what I'm admitting tonight is I don't know what I don't know. I haven't heard perspectives on this idea from, affordable housing or builders, contractors. I think we're missing not just information about the problems we're trying to solve, but I think we're also missing information about just the fallout. There may be, fallout's not the right word, but unintended consequences, which potentially are really positive. Like, maybe something really good comes of this year and we see something that we can't expect. Maybe something that comes of the year is that our whole affordable housing project has to be put on hold because, we're waiting for a water survey to come in. And if the water survey comes in and saying, it can't service new units down in Anvil, that's important information for us to know. We shouldn't build those units if they can't be serviced by our town's water supply. But I guess what I'm trying to say for myself right now is that I don't have a great idea of what I don't know about moratoriums on development. And I also know that we're getting some really good staff input tonight, and I hope that we can continue to flesh that out. And I hope we get input from, other perspectives in the community and even the region potentially, who have some knowledge and experience with what a moratorium means for staff and for economic potential, pressure that it puts on other properties in the community, potential delay of other, housing that needs to be built, affordable housing. I don't know. I don't even know what to say again, because I think I'm just a little short on not knowing what I don't know.
I think, Sally, I'd kind of echo what you're saying as well. I think, John, when you put it that way, the case feels pretty compelling to me. But a question I always ask myself, you guys have heard me say it over and over at this table, and whenever we talk about budget things, is what are we giving up? What are we giving up? What does this mean? Like, what are the externalities? And that's just what keeps coming in my mind a bit, is like, all those arguments make a lot of sense to me for kind of the thoughtfulness that's involved in them and the kind of stewardship that's involved in them. But I'm also on the other side asking myself, well, what other things am I responsible to steward and to, pay attention to? And it strikes me through thinking about this and looking at it from a variety of perspectives that it feels a bit like a blunt instrument as a tool, when we might possibly have some more finer tools that we could use. And so that's what I'm wondering. Let's take, for instance, something like water, and even staff capacity around water taps, right? Like, you guys were tapped out, right, with putting in water taps. And we were very happy to work through that. And it was very clear to, hopefully, to builders that, like, this is the maximum we can do in a year, and this is how it's going to go. And that was kind of a more targeted tool that we could use to slow things down and to manage staff capacity in that sense. And I guess I'm just wondering, it feels kind of like an easy fix, but as I thought about it more and kind of researched more, I feel really uneasy with a broad scale pause, because I think the consequences are what we might be considering. I think the ripple effects on some of our other goals around housing, building, retail, construction, commercial, I just think we can't underestimate those effects. And, this might be a funny example, but if we say we're going to pause things for a year and it's pretty widespread, like, how do we know our plumbers and electricians are going to stick around? How do we know that when we're ready and we're prepared, that we still have the town capacity in place to do the things that are still our goals? And so that's what I'm really struggling with, is balancing we have to manage our town capacity as well, along with safety. So I just keep asking myself the question is, like, this feels like a blunt instrument. Are there other finer instruments? And I'm open to considering fine applications of this blunt instrument, right? Like, I would be open to that discussion, but I think as it's been presented so far, it feels too broad and the implications feel too significant outside of the positives for my feeling.
I think piggybacking on that, moratoriums seem like, whether broad or specific, are an extreme measure that I think are intended to address emergencies, not constraints. I think if we seriously consider going down that path, the town has the job then to position this or to justify this as an emergency. Like, there are going to, like, the way that the OHB issue blew up, like, this is going to impact as large a portion of the community as that did, and possibly to a greater extent the year-round community than the seasonal community. And so it's, I think, also very important that the town crosses its T's and dots its I's to communicate this as a as an actual emergency. And if it's not that, I agree with Dana that this is maybe not the right instrument to address these issues.
I think maybe not having enough water is an emergency. I think failing infrastructure is an emergency. So.
But those aren't.
How many houses can we build and supply water to?
I can't tell you that right.
That's an emergency.
It's not an emergency. He doesn't know the answer. So that means the emergency is hiring a consultant or a consulting firm and finding out the answer, because the answer might not be that it's dire, but we don't know. That's not an emergency. It's not the definition of an emergency.
Well, or we need to know if it's an emergency or not. It may be one, but yeah,
Right.
I think we need to know if it is. And if it is, water is a big deal. Then I think what we have to talk about is, the moratorium would then relate to, I think we've talked about this before, like what's the date certain? And so potentially, like if the issue is the water, the date certain is the date on which, is it the date that the reservoir is built? Is it the date that we, understand what engineering needs to be in place, or that we have the engineering to secure the water supply? Like, I think that's where I am in what I don't know. Like, that sounds very specific to me. Like, yes, we need water. New homes need to have water. So we need to, my understanding of a moratorium, correct me if I'm wrong here, Katie or Clay or Gloria, but my understanding would be that that moratorium would need to relate specifically to the water issue, and the date certain of when it's lifted is defined by what it is we want to know about the water, or is it the water reservoir is built, or, at what point, how do we define that for the community? Because I think that really matters.
And I just think, to play devil's advocate to myself briefly and to say, like, let's say, Tyler, you're right, that is an emergency. Then the answer isn't something that gets some of it. Like, then it means that's a hard stop for everything. That's not a let's pick and choose which goes and which doesn't. If you are going to use that logic, that means everything has to stop until that's answered.
And I would totally agree with you.
Well,
If that was the answer for water, then I would agree with that also.
But I would need the information to make that drastic of a change.
Sure, I would too, but
And
I'm also,
it's the only solution.
there's been, we've sat in this boardroom so many times, and when difficult issues have come up, so many times we've trusted staff and their recommendation. I'm trusting staff and their recommendation now, saying, a hard stop, we've got this pile of problems. This is a way we can fix it. And I think, like you said, it's a blunt tool. The sharp scalpel is us going over every single application as a board in 3 or 4 meetings. Like, that is.
Well, that's inefficient. I
Well,
think there are other tools.
But that's what we're going to continue. I mean, how are we looking at not doing that if we're not getting these code rewrites done? And it's my understanding that some of them, like the wetlands, we can't rewrite that code as long as there is an application in the process, right? So there's all these, we can't change any code if there's an application pending. So
That's not true. We
Wait,
can
that
change
can't
it.
be
It just doesn't retroactively apply to the pending application. Like, as the application comes in, it's treated based on the code that's in existence on that date. But as we change the code and new applications come in, those applications will be viewed within the new framework of code. It's not like we can't do things while things are coming in. It just means we'll have kind of like piecemeal stuff that steps along, which is not ideal, which we've all talked about, but it's not the impossibility situation that I feel like you just described.
It also doesn't rule out renovation, improvements in town. It specifically focuses on new construction. And so it's not like the subs are electricians and plumbers are gonna die off in a year. And there are current projects that have permits in place that will get allowed to continue. So there is that available. But it's kind of like boarding a plane. Like, how many people can we fit on a plane? Well, we don't know. you need to be able to get off the ground. And if you don't know what the plane's capacity is, you're not going to take off if you keep stuffing people in it. And in the same regard to water, I think it's vital that we at least be taking the steps to identify what we can support. And it's not to say that we don't want construction development, and it will continue on, but a larger plans, if we have 9 units going here and, it's South County, but there could be 30 down there in the next year, and there could be 20 up here. And that's.
So why isn't this discussion about how quickly we can get that study done instead of jumping to conclusions of what we're going to do in a worst case scenario if we get that study back and it says bad things? Like, shouldn't that be what we're talking about? Like, this seems like a very premature, like seeking a solution to a problem we haven't really identified.
I brought up water and it obviously stuck with all of you very deeply, but we're talking about potentially dozens of problems. That's just one. And that wasn't even the first, that one, I just threw that in there the other day when I was like, I think water could be a real issue, and we have this study going on right now about water capacity, but we're also talking about wetlands. We're also talking about staff capacity. We're also talking about potentially hiring new people to help us catch up with code rewrites. Well, we have applications coming in, and we might have somebody that wants to build on in a wetland and non-jurisdictional wetland up here while we're trying to rewrite the code at the same time. So staff capacity is a huge part of this. It's not just about water capacity. And it's not even just about wetlands. There are a lot of things going on here. So sure, we could fast track that, but there are so many other things that we can't hire people fast enough to fast track.
Well, that's what I'm hearing. And that's what makes me nervous about a moratorium, because at that point, how does the date certain work? Like, if the date certain is once we've cleaned up chapters 16, 17, and 13 of our code, that is intense. That is more than a year's worth of work from what I could tell in the development readiness assessment. And I haven't asked you that question directly, Katie, and we kind of talked about different strategies for how we might prioritize and address those code updates. But I guess, and this is where, like, I really want to be clear. I have a hard time taking a yes or no one way or another right now. I really would consider myself in a research mode, because I'm hearing what you're saying, John, and I hear like there are a whole host of problems. And if we just have some time to clean them up without having these other applications stalling us out, that makes sense. That's very logical. I just think, I guess I really want to hear from the public on it. I really want to have some public input on, how this affects the community and as well, because that gives us other perspectives. And I really want to know how we draft a moratorium on development. Again, not in an oppositional way, but just in an information gathering way. How do we create a moratorium with a date certain that people can trust and believe that Silverton really means what they say when we want to turn the faucet on literally for development in a year? And, I think a lot of people look at Silverton and they're like, they just don't want development. Those Silvertonians up there, they just don't want their community to change. And this is just the next, device that they're using to try and keep it the same. And so now the moratorium goes in, and like, really, is that really going to end? Is that really the message that we want to send? And maybe it is. Like, again, no judgment here. I really don't have I am not able at this time in this work session to take a position on a moratorium or not, because I think there are so many unknowns. And when I look at that code and when I look at the bathtub of problems that we have, to me, despite the fact that moratorium seems to make so much sense, it actually, like, the more I think about it, then I'm like, does it make sense? Is this really something that a year of time can fix? I honestly, I don't know. It looks like just more than a year's worth of work. And if water is so essential that if water is an issue, that's kind of like that's a hard stop for me, for sure. But like, the development readiness assessment has pages and pages and pages of ordinances that we could discuss and update over just months and months of public input and meetings, which I agree are really valuable and really essential to creating, the right kind of development and what we want. I'm just, I'm not sure how we pull it off.
Something that I think I've learned over the last 3 years is that it always feels like the sky is falling, but also municipalities are incredibly resilient. Like, I do not believe that we're on the risk of on the edge of imploding in this moment. I feel like you guys have been really through the ringer this one. I agree that we can't have another Roberts Road Gibson application, like single project that taxes staff for 5 months, plus all of the lead up to it for the last 2 years. Like, I agree that we need to figure out a way to navigate things so that can't happen again. But this feels a little bit zoomed in on that issue and a fear of that happening again without there actually being, an emergency or impending thing that's going to cause that to happen again. How many times has that type of issue arisen in the last 50 years? And I get that there's going to be more of it. And maybe wetlands are an issue that we do need to strike mission attack, because we have hours and hours and hours of discussion about how important an issue it is to the community, that we don't have sufficient regulations in place for jurisdictional wetlands, that we don't even know what we want to do with non-jurisdictional wetlands yet. Like, maybe that's a specific issue we need to hit. But the rest of this seems just very broad and general, and like, let's just take a pause on everything so that we can get our feet underneath us, is what I'm really sensing the desire is, not an actual emergency or impending implosion.
And I'm not going to speak on if it's an emergency or not, but I will say that development in Silverton is getting a lot more complex, and there's a lot less infill development happening. And our codes are so vague when it comes to complex development. And every inquiry I get, I have to talk to Clayton, and I have to talk to Katie, and I have to talk to Gloria, and I have to talk to John. And it's taking so much staff time to just help with an inquiry. We haven't even gotten an application yet. And everything that I see coming down the pipeline is super complex and is going to take a lot of staff time. It's going to take a lot of money. And our impact, we don't have impact fees. Our impact fees aren't up to that. There's just a lot of things missing.
Don't we have to be home rule to do impact fees?
I'm not going to speak on that right now. But development is just getting super complex and our codes aren't there. And I'm also having to turn away people that want to build housing, that have really awesome projects, that really are aligned with the master plan, that I can't even bring to the planning commission because they don't meet codes. So it's just frustrating too.
But see, like, where is our ability to say, because I agree, the code right now incentivizes single family homes on big lots, which is like over all the master planning discussion was, it's fine. Single family homes on big lots, fine. But like, why can't we tomorrow change lot size requirements? Like, that was an identified priority. Why can't we tomorrow talk about the maximum square footage that came up so often in the master plan? I know you did, yeah. But like, why can't we make changes that have broad community support in the meantime?
Yeah.
Incentivize something, because I hear that pain point, Lucy, and that this is a separate topic to the moratorium, but I think it is relevant to talk about what I still kind of want to know the answer to, like, why can't we have stopgaps in the meantime? I know it's messy. I know it's not ideal. I know things have been done in this way in the past to limit development. Now we're saying, well, let's do this type of approach to promote the kind of development we'd like to see. But again, if the direction we're going with the development readiness assessment and a code rewrite is a long-term goal, which is great, we still have immediate needs. We can't house the people that we want and need to work here, to live here. I mean, our staff is living with multiple roommates in a house, right? Like, this doesn't work long-term. Our housing assessment said we need to build 50 new units in the next 3 to 5 years. And so, like, the idea of pausing to get all of our ducks in a row, to me, solves one problem, but it's kind of like whack-a-mole. It feels like the other mole pops up because we create some externalities that affect our other long-term goals. And so I'm just curious, help me understand why can't we have some other policies that help us get at some of this to promote the kind of development in the meantime?
And we would need prioritization of those policies.
Sure.
And today, I mean, we've heard from the board, so we presented a maximum square footage policy. That's going to take time. Each policy is going to take time. And what we've presented as far as pausing applications is, in our view, the cleanest way to go about it. We can do messy. It's going to take time. It's going to take resources. And we are probably going to mess up sometimes. And I think for staff to swallow that is really hard, because we don't want to mess up. We feel a grave responsibility for everything that we present. And the idea that it'll be messy, it's okay, like, it's really hard for, I think, all the staff to swallow on that one.
But the costs are also hard.
I know, and we understand that.
Costs to the community, to the town, to our other goals are also hard and are messy.
And I can also tell you, like, it's not a 12-month pause. It might be a 12-month pause for the town, but like, nobody's going to start planning a project until everything's done. As soon as we hit the pause button, like, planning doesn't even begin until month 13, assuming this turns back on.
But
then you delay, like, if planning was going to start tomorrow, but instead it's going to start 13 months from now, like, everything's pushed back.
You're also saying everything, but it's not everything, is it?
I mean, based on the scope of what was presented, it's like, I know that remodels are allowed, but like, it's everything else, even the use by right, but not A-Rod or.
Well, now I want to amend the A-Rod, because when I sent these slide decks out, and Katie, I just asked Katie for her concerns. She added the A-Rod. That was originally not part of the conversation and shouldn't be part of the conversation moving forward on any kind of a pause.
Or
Correct. That was listed, I can speak to that. That was listed on the slide as existing issues. So existing issues are when you have applications that come in A-Rod and or the historic overlay district, the design, there's documents referred to in the code that don't exist by those title names. And then you have a lot of confusion in the design guidelines, and you don't have any clear standards. So that's put on that slide that started this as an existing concern of how processing of applications that have caused problems in the past year. It's not something that we're saying halt development on. We are saying that should be addressed probably sooner than some other parts of the code, for sure, because we can't understand how to review necessarily a project that's in the A-Rod based on what the town has in their code, and what that supplemental design guidelines say are not necessarily out of date, but very unclear. So yeah, try to keep those separate. Remember, Gloria was kind of just trying to highlight for you existing or issues that have arisen over the last time period, not moving into what should be scrutinized at this point in time tonight. So
Can I also ask a question from something that came up when we started the development readiness? Did we fund that, or did we get some grant funding for that too?
So that's grant funded through DOLA. It's a 50-50 split.
Right. And then wasn't there a discussion that it could be possible to secure like the development readiness assessment was one step to show that we're ready for a code rewrite, and it's possible to secure resources for the code rewrite to happen that doesn't tax our current capacity? Is that?
I mean, yes, we would absolutely have a consultant do that, but just as we had a consultant go through our master plan.
It's a ton of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify that new homes and business construction, new home and business construction is allowed under what we're proposing, just not if infrastructure has to be extended. So if you've got a vacant lot next to my house or whatever, and there's already water, sewer, and streets in, we're not proposing to limit that at this time.
How does all this relate? Another elephant in the room. How does this all relate to our goals at Anvil? And that's county. So we're not talking about county right now, but how does this all connect?
Yes.
Well, you did, in your original memo, you did say that affordable housing could be an exception.
Right.
Or anything else that the board identified as a master plan priority could be accepted from this pause. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was an option.
So if we wanted to build affordable housing, start that within the next 3 months, then.
But we
That
have
could
to have a policy and an approach to how we evaluate which of those projects. It all just gets, it does get super messy. I guess my point is like a moratorium in and of itself is also messy, and unless it just says all things everywhere stops now. It also gets messy when we start making exceptions and variances and approving some projects and not others. How does that play out legally? How do we have the legal language to tighten this up? And Jim, sorry, we haven't even let you say anything. I'll be quiet for a while.
I just, while we're on that just sounds even more subjective than the gray area interpretation of our current code. If it's going to be like case, the board's going to decide like, is it aligned with the master plan? Is it not? Like that just, I mean, I don't want to touch that one at all. Personally, I don't want to sit on a board that's making those decisions. That's scary.
I would argue that the master plan is your guiding document. Like that is the document that the community has been a part of.
Right. But we're
to
saying
give you all guidance on how to do policy.
But we're getting individuals that are going to be applying for something that they're going to argue is in line with the master plan, and we're going to disagree. And then we're going to get other individuals that are going to do the same thing, and we're going to agree. I don't want to have anything to do with that. And also, why are we having this conversation absent the planning commission? Like, shouldn't they have like written us an opinion on like what they think?
This
like,
is a work session, and we are just introducing this idea.
Okay.
There's no decision to be made tonight. We can't make a decision. We're in a work session. We just wanted to bring these concerns to the board to start the conversation.
Jim?
Drop
some knowledge, Jim.
Oh, I'm not going to do that just yet, but I will soon enough. We've been, this is a work session, so we can't make any sort of real decisions. But we've been told at one of our meetings that if a moratorium was imposed, there would be some homeowners that already have property owners that are wanting to build with applications in process that would not look too kindly upon a full moratorium, and there'd be legal action as a course. What exposure does this leave our community, our town, if we put a full 12-month moratorium on anything? That's question number one for anybody to answer. And then secondly, John just said that businesses and homes can be built during this 12-month moratorium if existing infrastructure was in place. My question to that would be if we were just told that we've reached capacity and that's it. wouldn't that be an issue for not building additional homes and businesses because we've already reached that infrastructure capacity that we're talking about? Those are just 2 points. I got a whole list, but I really just want to focus on those right now because those are the ones we literally just spoke about.
I could probably take both of those.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Any complete application that's already on the books would have the ability to proceed. Is that correct, Gloria?
Yeah.
And the water question, at this point, I am not so concerned about our water situation that I believe that houses being built on existing infrastructure would exceed our capacity in one season's building time. I am more concerned about what an entire hillside or an entire subdivision or multiple subdivisions, the type of pressure that would put on. If those applications start coming in, then our capacity might be exceeded. But I'm not worried about 20 more homes or maybe even 30, which would be a lot for us to get taps in for anyway. So my take on that is I don't want to shut down the construction economy completely. And another point that I'd like to make is in the last 8 years that I've been the director of public works, I think that water and sewer infrastructure has been extended to only maybe 10 or 12 homes. But if you extend it up on the hill and then all of a sudden you get more and more applications, or if you have several blocks that are being developed, at the south side of town, that could put an extreme pressure on our water infrastructure. But the simple answer is I wouldn't suggest that we stop construction cold because of it.
So the emergency of water is more of as a concern and an issue than it is just an all-out emergency like that. Is that what I'm hearing?
It is not an emergency right now, is what you're hearing. Yeah. I know that we have capacity, but how much more? I mean, is it 100 more homes? Is it 200? Is it 40? We have enough capacity to sustain at least one season of building at maximum tap installation, which is probably 15. 15 would be no problem.
But again, couldn't we get at the water issue with tap?
Thank you, John.
Tap limitations without a moratorium. Again, to Sally's point, we're sort of like talking about all these different things, and there are different tools that we could apply. To me, the consequences and the consequences of a moratorium in varying scales feels significant when I feel like we could address some of the capacity concerns, both actual water and staff capacity could be done through other means. That's not my favorite approach to policy because you're getting an outcome that you don't prefer through a policy that is not, but possible.
Can we look into that data that you put on the board earlier? We don't have to put it back up. I can just read it.
Zoom it, or can you email it to us?
Yeah, I can email it to you.
Yeah, but I just went through building permits today and compared them to use subject to review applications. In 2022, there were technically 29 use subject to review applications that were associated with 7 new structures. In 2021, there were 23 building permits associated, and there were 12 associated new buildings. From those 12 new structures, that was associated with only 4 use subject to review applications. That was 2021. In 2022, there were 16 building permits, 4 new structures, and only one of those was associated with a use subject to review application. And I think a few of those may have been gone through AROD. There's only one that I can see right now. And I can get better data for if we discuss this later, but that is just the data on building permits versus use subject to review applications, which would be our primary thing we'd be focusing on.
And remind me, use subject to review comes into play as well when we're talking about slope hazard, avalanche hazard, and
All of our hazards.
and overlay districts.
Overlay districts, yeah. So the use subject to review applications in 2022 included a street abandonment, rezoning, vacation rentals, slope hazard development, AROD historic district and overlay, the avalanche zone, a watershed permit, and an ADU.
Awesome. I was just about to ask you that. That is such good information. So yeah, so what you're saying is the use subject to review permits, they're more labor intensive. They take staff time and resources.
Right.
And that's a pretty broad, you know, it's not like they're all coming in under the wetlands issue. They're coming in under these various places in the code. Because that's
right.
something I was kind of wondering, Lucy, was like if you were able to kind of work with Katie or, you know, manipulate the development readiness assessment or code it in a way that kind of created some priorities out of the, you know, the column that's like, these are policy changes. They're going to need more public input, more trustee decision-making, planning commission, potentially, you know, those like real sort of heavy hitting items in the development readiness assessment. There are so many of those. And, you know, we can kind of line them up against the master plan, but I bet even if we did that, we would come away thinking there's still a lot. And looking at like what you have on your desk, you know, if you could give us the information, like, you know what I really need right now? I have an enormous home being proposed to go in, you know, on this lot. So we really need to move on. You know, I'm getting a lot of questions about maximum square footage. I'm getting a lot of questions about, you know, like what would that look like if we could prioritize some of the things in the development readiness assessment to lift those to the top. I just wonder what they would be if there's a particular category.
And I can give a little bit of an outline right now, obviously not going through and bulleting everything in there, but a couple things for the town to consider potentially. Obviously you're going to want to think about different options and digest them a little bit, but I know that first I apologize that it seems like that readiness assessment really overwhelmed all of you, which is not the intent.
We knew the landscape was bleak.
All right. But I will say it's interesting. It's good to hear that. And it's also interesting because as someone who looks at that kind of information every day in planning zoning, it seems very doable and it doesn't seem extremely overwhelming to start kind of taking a look at if the code was done as a whole. And then like we talked about, and I know, so I'm going to repeat some stuff from the prior meeting just so that everybody hears it. Basically, when we recommend that the whole code is redone, especially related to land use regulations, we say that is a general term. What we're really talking about and what's in our kind of workflow that would happen would be basically starting with creating a backbone of the code and a new organization that makes more sense and is a little bit more user-friendly for both staff, customers, and the board. So you're kind of looking at almost 3 parts of a code. You've got your general administration part, and then you've got your process, and then you have your actual standards. So there's obviously a lot involved in code, but in context, it comes together pretty well. And yes, you're going to have items such as potential disturbance in wetlands that's going to have community conversations and may have difficulty coming to one conclusion.
those items could also be left as basically placeholders in the code, recognizing that the town needs to move forward with those. So kind of as some things for the board to think about that could be done with a code amendment is creating that backbone, reorganizing the code, but not necessarily rewriting the code. Now, however, that's not helping the problems because you still have the same problems, but you can find them easier. I don't know if that's good or bad, but at least it has a good layout in it. Now, then what you could do, an example, and this is where it's really tough to go this route, but what another community is doing right now, they actually did enact a moratorium. They put a hold because they realized that they really needed to fix or modify their process. And so they are working on redoing the process part of the code. So it seemed pretty simple. It's a very, all right, let's go in, let's tackle, you submit an application, you go through a pre-application meeting, a completeness review, a referral period. Here's who it goes to. Here's some great charts. Here's some good flow charts. What it turns into is all of the things that are in the code through zone districts all of a sudden need to be reorganized and questioned because that's not syncing with a process. And that community is getting a really, I think they're very pleased so far. It hasn't been officially brought forward to their council to be adopted, but they're getting a great product. But that great product, I think, took a lot more than they realized. And you can't, the conclusion is you can't just go fix one thing. There's going to be a trickle effect. If you fix one thing here and one thing here, then you're going to try to change something later. You're really paying more money to duplicate that review every time. So that's just simple facts. It doesn't mean it can't be done, but things for the town to think about. But there are piecemeal pieces that can be done that work together and flow together. And the town's code is not something that should take years to fix. It's something that a simple process and some discussions, and then maybe you have to leave some keep existing language in and recognize that that will need to go later. So when you talk about priorities almost would lean towards, let's get the organization and get that backbone to the code together so things can then be inserted instead of trying to do little pieces that then don't flow together like it is right now. So there's also a lot of different options on redoing the code and how to redo it. But I will say, despite how much is in that assessment report, it's not as bad as it looks as far as redoing the code. It's not a multi-year process. And if there are discussions that people cannot agree on that turn into multi-months, then that may need to get put as a placeholder. But overall, a lot, I'd say 90% of that gets put together pretty simply and in an effort and way and manner that brings everybody along so they understand how it's happening. Community members, the boards, the elected officials, developers, and everyone is involved in that process, but not necessarily to an extent that maybe the report makes it seem a little overwhelming with decades of work. So I know it's not super helpful, but I wanted to also be clear, there's different ways to modify a code. And when we say modify the whole code,
about that.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a sense of how long it would take?
So it would depend on, obviously, I know everyone hates hearing it would depend, but you right now have Gloria applying to get funding. So honestly, that funding would assist that process, allowing it to speed up more if that grant is granted, obviously, because then you have a bigger pool of money and you have a plan already in place, at least as far as the development readiness. You know it's going to be bigger conversations. You know what can just administratively be reworked and put together to start discussing and showing to everybody. It really depends on what extent the town wants to hold a lot of those discussions, but definitely it could be within, I don't want to take a guess and say 6 to 8 months, but I don't think it's going to be extremely long. You could also, if the town has a moratorium, they could also release certain things during it. And Clayton can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen other communities do this where they've hit a point where now their process seems a little bit more ideal and they're confident, maybe those 30-day quick review times that aren't functioning right now and are causing staff stress gets cleaned up. Maybe then you start thinking about some applications can actually start getting submitted again, depending on, and I'm not going to speak to the water or any of that type of concern, but. Jim's got his hand.
I'm just gonna jump in, so thank you. So we're not actually waiting to listen to all this, which is why I just sat back quietly. Do we actually need to put the car in park for a full stop moratorium? That's the biggest question.
Yeah.
I'm asking anyone.
Okay.
Because the way it sounds from an hour and 5 minutes, it doesn't sound like we have to put the car in park, leave it in the driveway, walk inside and wait 12 months. We can do things along the way to keep this moving forward.
And if this is a really huge priority for our staff and for the town, like, I don't know who said earlier in the meeting, but potentially we're waiting to hear about, we're using the development readiness assessment to apply for future grants that can go towards a code rewrite. I don't have a sense of how much that costs overall, but if this is, if this is a dire situation, if this is serious enough that we're talking about a moratorium, I'm wondering if it's serious enough that we look at finding funds to pay for a code rewrite. I mean, that sounds like a top priority. It sounds like maybe what we need. It would support kind of going back to solving some of these problems, thinking about would expedited code updates and rewriting, it obviously doesn't solve all of the problems, but would it solve enough of them? Like, does that help? And to what extent?
It has the potential to aid in preventing challenges that become liable for the town. That I see. And if that's worthwhile to consider.
And that may be coupled with starting right away, like our next meeting, this was brought up in the development readiness assessment over and over, but lifting the 30-day time. If we could start with like, staff is not under a 30-day time limit to turn around an application, and we are dedicating additional funds, and we're going to dig deep and find funding for expedited code rewrite, and we're going to do that in under a year. Does the volume of applications coming in warrant like a complete moratorium, or can a combination of lifting the 30-day time limit, expediting a code rewrite, and collecting really serious information about infrastructure and water, can that help us towards the solution?
I think any step we take besides status quo will help us towards a solution. And that's why we're bringing this up. And that's why we're trying to talk through this, because we're tapping right now and saying help right now. And that's anything that doesn't involve like a piecemeal approach, I think at this point would help get us a step forward. A code rewrite, what I'm looking at right now is $140,000. We budgeted $75,000 for a match. Just so you all know the numbers.
So Gloria, going back to what I asked, pumping the brakes is one thing. Putting the car in park is another thing. So we don't actually have to complete stop to everything. We can move on, but just in first or second gear instead of fifth or sixth.
And I would say that we never really proposed to stop everything. We were trying to be as generous as possible to figure out what we wouldn't stop and what we would stop. So I think we are pumping the brakes right now.
That's exactly what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I don't know if we can solve this tonight. I'll be completely honest. I've written a lot of notes down on stuff that we can kind of go back and have staff kind of chew on and figure out, you know, if there are other mechanisms we can pull. And that's obviously one of our direction out of this meeting is to really try and find that.
Well, I have two questions. Is there something we could prioritize today? Like, does the board is pursuing funding and a job description for a planning director? Like, is that something that we could get started? Because if we don't get started, we're that much farther down the hiring process. Like, so that's one piece. And then the second piece, I'd love to hear a little bit more from Clayton on just sort of, to Sally's point earlier about the date certain and like just hearing a little bit more, and maybe that is something we want to do in executive session. I don't know. I'd ask my colleagues or Clayton, but just hearing a little bit more on scope of moratorium and scale and what our flexibility is there. And maybe it goes to the future discussion on policy levers. So 2 questions. Can we hire a planning director, and can Clayton speak to?
And typically the hiring is on me. And so I would tell you my capacity would not open up until at least the first of next month, because I do have this grant due, and that is taking every extra capacity I have at this point.
I mean, that's like lightning fast though. Are you hearing us like putting more pressure on you than that? That's less than 2 weeks away.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not.
Okay.
Like if you're hearing from us like some pressure to work faster than that, then we need to do better in communicating with.
But I also need to figure out how it's going to work with the budget and like I mean, it would take some work to find them.
Yeah. But
if that is what I'm prioritized to do, I'll do it. But I will in time.
not even Monday.
And my question too, kind of like Dana's, is just how do we define the date certain for the end to the moratorium, and how does that relate back to, you know, the specific problem that we're trying to solve? And then as we were talking earlier, I did have this thought, because I know that what we're saying is we're not stopping all building and development, that there is still certain portions of the town where it's still available. And I think the concern that I have, this is one of those things where I don't know what I don't know, but all of a sudden I was like, well, one of the things I don't know is how that would affect affordability, because all of a sudden, you know, the value of a really old house that needs a ton of work, there's already so much pressure on those homes because there's such little supply in Silverton that, you know, homes that need over $100,000 worth of payments to them can sell for over $500,000 currently. And if we do not allow additional supply to be added to the market, then I'm wondering, you know, is that just more pressure on some of those homes to sell? Essentially, like for the next year or whatever the moratorium goes for, those homes become more valuable for people looking to get into the community before that date certain. So potentially, I don't know what that does to the affordability of homes that are currently built or have the potential for renovations, but it's one of those things where I'm like, how many more of those issues would we encounter? And that may not happen. Maybe that's not the case, but it seems like the potential is there.
The potential is also there for revitalization of homes and businesses in downtown as a result of this. And the other part of it is and if the moratorium is lifted, it will inspire and activate more people to commit to the town and community.
But everything I've read is like, you start talking about that word and it scares everybody off. I mean, that's kind of what I'm worried about. Or it scares off the small scale folks who can't weather waiting a year. And some of the larger scale folks are the ones that can weather it. And it's like, don't we want kind of a mix? I guess that's what I'm just worried about is, again, what do we not know that we don't know? What?
But you could still build use by right. I mean, that's still the majority of our building permits are use by right. The majority of our building right now is use by right. There was only 7 new structures associated with our use subject to review applications this year.
But what about what it does to affordability? I'm just still stuck on that to what Sally's saying is like supply and demand, and we have a house supply problem here, right? It's not just about the town spending money to buy 10 units. That's great for the 10 people that qualify for those units. But if we don't increase all kinds of housing, overall housing prices will not fall or they will not slow down. And I will just keep saying this with housing policy. If we don't increase all kinds of housing, we will not see a decrease in housing prices.
I don't agree with that. I think that we have a problem with affordable housing. I think the fact that a house that needs, $300,000 worth of improvements to make it livable and it sells for 500,000, that problem is already far gone. We're not fixing the problem by renovating houses to make them affordable housing. We're getting in, manufactured or prefab homes to do that, or we're building them from scratch, stick built, with subsidizing, with grants that help make that possible.
But you still have to incentivize more density, more housing. Let's make a single lot. To incentivize smaller scale, more housing.
Sure.
You can't find it without.
We're working on plans for that, as well as addressing vacant homes that are really, a drag on the community, whether quietly or more seriously. So.
And the solution to affordable housing crisis isn't only supply. There's a lot of policy that would go into it. And I think a lot of what we would be doing is finding policy options to incentivize affordable housing and to bring in more private market people to help us out with our affordable housing crisis. And that would happen during the moratorium. That would happen while we're working. So we can't. Policy side would, yeah.
Yeah, because I said before, Gloria, like, it's great if we're going to build 10 units, but we really need to find ways to turn the key in the market so that market is building smaller units that are affordable to people.
Absolutely.
Well, and I think, what I was, where I'm headed with this is like, the 100-year-old home that's being renovated and is going to end up being an $800,000 project. That is not an affordable home by any standard. I think what I'm trying to refer to is the idea that like the diversity of the supply allows people at their different market rates to purchase the home that they can afford. And so it means that like right now, and I think you're right, Bevan, this is already at work in Silverton. So it's not, potentially it's exacerbated or potentially it stays exactly the way it is. But right now, someone who has $800,000 can spend $800,000 on a 100-year-old home because that's all that's available for them. They can't spend $800,000 on building, well, they can, they have to go through the complexities of the process. And so I think like, I'm not trying to argue that all of these new homes potentially being built are affordable. That's my point. I realize that what we're talking about is not affordable homes in our development future, specifically related to places, where we're looking at like new construction where it is really expensive. But what I wonder about is just creating as many options in the diversity of our available built structures to allow for different levels of buyers to enter our community. And right now, regardless of what happens with moratorium or not, right now, it's true that, you know, the level of entry is just already so high. I think it would be unfortunate for it to be higher.
It's market demand. I mean, we can't really control that,
No,
you know, unless we develop.
but we stop
affordable
supply
housing.
if we stop allowing building. You know, that's just a fact.
I think we're somewhat digressing a bit. There's a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
I
feel that way too.
There's a lot of like hypothesis. There's a really good, you know, ideation happening, but I don't know that we're progressing discussion right now. So I want to mark that and then see if, you know, anyone has like a burning comment they want to make.
I probably got one more thing to say and then I'm good. Okay. I just say, historically speaking, I feel like we have all these problems and have gotten to this point because we've never had the time to take a break and to do these things and to fix these policies and to get where we need to go. And I feel like I just keep thinking about this through the lens of being a teacher, because that's just the most relatable thing for me. And I feel like we're the admins right now coming to our staff and pretending that we know what they're going through on a daily basis and then not listening to what their requests are and what they need to fix the problems that they have are. And if I was put in that position, I could do it. It'd be messy. I'd be a really shitty teacher for a year if I had to plan my curriculum while I was managing a classroom and teaching. But like, thankfully that's built into my job to have time to plan, and it's essential for, you know, the long-term health of what we're working on. And I think it'll be better to have that policy and have time to develop it. And I think it'll be more beneficial for our community in the long term, even if it hurts in the short term.
I would love to run with that analogy, and I don't want to sound like I'm attacking you, but it might, just the way that I was here, but the equivalent would be like saying it's really hard to develop curriculum for high school and lower school. Let's just have middle school for the next 12 months. Like, a school doesn't have that liberty. It's a school. It has to keep teaching. We're a municipality. We're not a private business. Like, we have obligations to people. Like, we don't just get to hit the pause button because it's hard. We have to figure out how to make it less hard. And I don't believe that unless we're doing like a very strategic, like wetlands related issues or slope hazard and wetlands related issues, like anything more than that, like that's not pumping the brakes, that's putting the car in park. And I agree with what Jim said and what Sally said, like pumping the brakes sounds like it's absolutely necessary. Pouring more resources into this, absolutely necessary. But I think some of the stuff we're talking about is like academically makes perfect sense. Like, I get it, but I don't think we have that liberty as a municipality to pursue the recommendation. And I also like, we've been trained and we've really kind of become proud of like taking staff recommendation and like, you're our experts. We have to support you. That's our obligation. But in this case, I feel like it's a little bit more complicated than that. And I don't know
you just said what I would say is, you know, every time this staff has come to us and they've been united on an issue and it was difficult, we took their expertise.
Except for the last two.
And so, you know, and now it's like we're being told that this could be the time to get planning in place and to get the processes in place to build more affordable and attainable housing. And this could be the time that we could fix these policies and it would make it easier. And it is not a complete stop on everything. And
how do you reconcile that with your last two votes, which were against staff recommendation to approve Roberts Road and like you voted against staff?
I did, because initially I'm just recommendation from one of our staff was different, and the rest of the staff, I don't remember making a recommendation.
The planning commission and staff recommended one way on both those decisions, and you voted against them both.
Yeah, and
so I'm just pointing out the inconsistency.
Okay, so these are our experts. I'm going to trust them, and I really think that we should.
But not about.
I don't remember this entire staff saying that we needed to support Roberts Road. I remember there's a attorney saying that there could be issues.
There's multiple memos that recommend a flat decision.
I would just address that in that, at least for me personally, I didn't feel like we had a policy that was adequate, and I think that was a big part of it. And we just never had the time to have an adequate policy, so.
I would also just, sorry to interrupt, advise you not to talk about other applications, even though it had a decision. It was so recent that I would recommend you don't discuss certain things.
This is just a work session. It's not a public hearing. I think all that context is public and available.
It is, but technically there's still an appeal period and it's still technically that application is still valid. And you didn't post that you're going to discuss it.
Okay.
So.
Jim?
Hey, this is a Gloria question. Does pumping the brakes or putting the car in park affect any of our grant applications that we've been recently working on?
It would depend. If we put the car in full park, then yes, it would affect our affordable housing application.
Okay.
But if we pump the brakes, potentially not.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry, Clayton, I asked you a question and we never gave you a chance to answer, but just anything you wanted to add from the attorney perspective on pumping the brakes, putting the car in park, driving full speed down the hill, or going backwards?
I'm going to do my best to stay away from analogies because it doesn't fit well, with my kind of legal advice. I mean, the big question here is that you're discussing is the moratorium and how that works. Basically, a moratorium could be something as simple as, stopping work on a block to the entire jurisdiction of the town. So all you're doing is a temporary stop. And when you're talking about a time certain, where that comes from is the requirement that a moratorium be temporary. You can't put a endless moratorium onto something unless you change the law. For example, some towns have put stops on applications for short-term rentals, but that means they can leave their short-term rental application law in place versus just absolutely passing an ordinance, which is their authority to do, to say we're not going to allow short-term rentals above like a certain amount or whatever that law is. And so I would just empower all the members of the board in understanding that there is really no right or wrong answer. You can take something very small or something very big, and you can do anything in between. A moratorium is really, it's a bad word for towns because it creates conflict. It's kind of that dual issue where you're either on one side or the other. But you can do it any way you guys decide to do it. I'll just leave it at that.
And are there many cases of towns being subject to various liabilities from that, like based on like vested property rights or things like that? Or is it pretty much within the jurisdiction of the town in regards to a variety of scopes of moratorium?
Sure. So depending on how the moratorium is written, it increases the exposure and liability to a town. Basically, what you don't want to have happen is like a reverse spot zoning issue where you are putting a moratorium on something that only affects a certain class or area of people, and it's not reasonable or supportable. Other than that, unless people do not have vested rights in their property until it's permitted for a specific use. So even a use by right property on a residential lot, those people do not have vested rights in building a house on that property. So putting in a moratorium does not trigger that liability and from a vested rights perspective. And it really, towns and counties throughout Colorado have used moratoriums in many different settings, and it's typically pretty low exposure as long as they're written correctly, don't target a specific class without, justifiable reason for the public health, safety, and welfare of the town. Yeah, I think does that answer your question, Trustee Cranker?
Yeah, that was really helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
So if we were going to write a moratorium for the issues facing the town right now, what would stop it? How would we know when it's over? Other than like, it's over on this date.
Is that for me? Well, it's so the way you make it temporary is you say this is for a certain amount of time, and you can put an end date. Now that doesn't mean that's when it ends. That means that's when you have to readdress it. So, for example, if you put a moratorium on something for 6 months and you say our goal is to get this done or not, you just put the moratorium on, and your intended purpose is to rewrite a certain portion of the code, and 6 months goes by and you need another couple months, then you readdress it and you extend it, or you terminate it and continue with the current code until the next code is initiated. So it doesn't really, it's really kind of an arbitrary number that would, comes from analysis and data based on what your intent and purpose is behind the moratorium, but it's not a hard and fast rule. It's really just to fulfill the requirement that that you're not making it permanent without actually changing the law. Does that make sense?
So it can go on for as long as the trustees approve its duration. The date
Pretty much with
that's
reason.
the date the trustees have to revisit it.
That's correct. You could extend it. You can't extend it if you have, again, there has to be some nexus between what you're doing and what you're trying to accomplish and why you're stopping that particular activity. If it gets to the point where you're just extending a moratorium to allow a law to stay in the books to appease certain, portions of a voting public versus actually changing the law because it's some conflict is there, then no. But within reason, you can extend a moratorium if you need more time to accomplish the stated purpose. And you quite frankly, towns have are given a lot of deference if in this sort of with moratoriums and challenges to moratoriums, towns are giving pretty broad deference.
Right, stuff. All right, next steps. What do we do? Does this need to go like?
Oh, Jim has.
Does a planning commission discussion need to happen? Like public input? Like this is an OHV level issue. Like, what do we need to do? Jim?
Yeah, I do have a question really quick. And then Shane, I know where you're going with this. If the board decides to go with strategy B, which is pumping the brakes, what, in addition to what we've discussed, would try that again? What would we be pumping the brakes on? Does that make sense? It's not just one thing we're pumping the brakes on. It's several things, several categories, several topics that we're not stopping, or we can, or what would we be pumping the brakes on or slowing down or stopping altogether?
What staff is requesting, and I kind of feel like we need to have that memo, like at least that portion of it kind of open so that people can see what staff would be requesting in this, instance, but it would be on use subject to review applications. And so that includes everything in a hazard zone. That would also be on, what's it, use subject to review? It would also be on any extension of infrastructure. And that includes roads. Then a potential, and this is what we've been thinking about with all of the issues coming at us. It would also be in environmentally sensitive areas, and we don't have a definition for that yet. And so we would have to create one, which we're working on right now with the jurisdictional wetlands, but we are still exploring the ideas of the other wetlands. And then it would also be for, am I on the right track, staff? Okay. I'm going off the top of my head of all our conversations here.
Throw it all in there.
Yeah. Yeah. And then what we wouldn't include would be use. So those are the three big ones.
And road and utility.
Yeah. So road and utility extensions. Yeah. So that would be infrastructure, road and utility. Yeah. Yep. Those would be the specific ones that we are requesting.
Okay.
And then we wanted to further define on what would be allowed.
Okay.
And so, since we would say that, you know, any use by right that's not an extension of infrastructure and not an environmentally sensitive area would be a use by right, would be allowed.
Cool.
That's what we're proposing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Shane, you got it, buddy.
All good. I was just asking process.
Okay. From here, I mean, it sounds like some people need some time to digest what we're talking about, including staff. On some of your questions that you've asked, I think we can kind of work off those as well. It's really up to you all where you want us to go with this. If you would like us to present something, if you want us to present more information, like what is it the board wants from us to move forward or not?
One more thing I wonder, because I think this is going to be an issue when we discuss it in a regular meeting where we're going to have, it sounds like a position statement, you know, we're going to have to take a position, yes or no. And this is something that affects our whole community. And it's not a decision that we'll take lightly, certainly. And so I would like to know, I'd like to get some affordable housing input, possibly, if possible. And also if we could consider something, if we considered a moratorium sort of at the top end, if it was like the moratorium that you just described, Gloria, was sort of like, this is up here. What would the staff be comfortable with, if anything? I think it'll be useful for us to know one way or another. Like if the staff is like, nope, that's what I'm requesting and that is all that will satisfy me. Or if there are steps sort of up to that would support the staff's work that they're doing.
Can you just clarify the affordable housing input?
Like and that's kind of I'm looking for other perspectives on a moratorium. I'm trying to understand it from multiple perspectives. Okay. I think we've heard the staff perspective. I think potentially we could hear from the planning commission, and that would give us the real estate perspective, the builder's perspective, code enforcing, historical context. I mean, I was thinking of Ken Safransky, and then I had one other. Planning commission, affordable housing. I was just trying to go with, yeah, just I'm just trying to hear multiple perspectives on the issue, even potentially just like another municipality.
Thank you for that clarification.
Or like we did our housing needs assessment. Like, is there anybody that could talk to us from the kind of housing perspective on effects of a moratorium or how it relates to our affordable housing goals? Because as we said before, we were just not speculating.
Even like architect, engineer, I don't know, people that are like working on projects like this, what developers have to, I don't know. I guess I just want to make sure that we have a very broad view of it. And so that if we decide to have a moratorium, basically, here's my bottom line. If we decide to have a moratorium and we can go into it and we know that there are going to be some unintended consequences, we can say, yep, we knew that might make a mess. We knew that might happen. We were willing to take that risk, but we're taking it. We know what our liability is. We know that this may create a backlog of applications in 13 months. We know, just like whatever those things are, if we decide to choose moratorium as an option, we are bright-eyed and clear-eyed about all of what we're signing up for. So we don't suddenly go into it and think like, probably should have checked with the X.
Sally, prior to doing that, I think what I would like in kind of a board consensus is, because that is a lot of work right there.
Yeah.
And is this something that we want to pursue? Because if not, we should just say that now. Because I am concerned that we go down this route, and it sounds like some of us are okay with that and some of us aren't. And so I would really appreciate board consensus prior of like, yes, we're open to this or we're not. Because if I go down this route, it's going to take work. And I just really want to be clear that we need like either a consensus of like, we're lukewarm, we're warm, we're hot. Like what is our gauge? And I think I have a gauge, but I just want to know, like, before I start allocating resources.
I feel like I've been in the clear for the majority of this conversation or all of this conversation, but there's overlap as we get to this level of it or the specifics of a moratorium that I don't feel comfortable talking about, because I obviously am involved in a project that could potentially be subject to some version of this. So I'm not going to participate in this part. I feel good about my participation up to this point, but I don't think I should weigh in on this.
Thanks, Shane. I can just kick it off. I am open to very targeted approaches, especially if we can hear some feedback that the consequences, that if we can hear some feedback that talks me off the cliff of the extenuating circumstances and unintended consequences. And so I am not hard stop, all out opposed to all things that start with an M, but broad level blunt use of that instrument, I'd have to really be convinced. But for certain targeted approaches, probably that would be more targeted than what we have proposed in the 3 options there, I would be open. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Is that enough clarity?
But that's getting warmer.
And I guess for me, the big hangups are what it does to our affordability goals. That's the big hangup. I mean, we need more information around the water and kind of long-term sustainability for the town for actual like development. But for me, I just get really hung up on how this affects our long-term goals of housing people. It does seem like a crisis because we can't hire teachers to fill positions necessarily. We can't staff a clinic. We can't hire a paramedic because we don't have colleges. And so to me, I have to be really clear. That to me has been really communicated from the community as a top priority. And I've seen it play out for actual contribution to this community. And so if I were going to vote in a certain way, being transparent, I have to really know like how that affects that goal.
Tim?
I'm sorry. Come on, someone needed to laugh. Some of us have been on here 5 hours.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
There's a lot to digest. And to weigh the options between putting certain functions in part, pumping the brakes on same functions. What's it going to do? What's the fallout? I think everyone knows me pretty well that I try to find the solution. I try to find the balance in all these things that we're doing. I try real hard to support our staff and to support the opinions of those on the front lines. I am willing to look at options. Is that an answer?
Yes.
Then that's my answer. I
And
think
Sally,
we need to look at options. To be very honest, all of us need to be looking at these options.
Okay.
We know, the 7 of us, what each and every one of you do. And then the hours that we put in ourselves and what you guys do pale in comparison to what we do. From our last work session in the P&O committee, going over that 90 some odd pages, 92, 93 pages, it's a lot. And it's a lot to swallow all at once. So I think that we need to look at options for everybody's sake. Now I'm done.
I didn't call on Tyler and Jordan because you all have stated kind of where you stand pretty explicitly, I think. And Sally, I have lots of notes on additional information. So I think probably the next steps from here is going back to staff with a lot of your comments that you've given us, that we can evaluate these and come back to you all and I would hope by the 27th, but there's a lot here to kind of digest for a minute. And it might be April 10th. It would be our meeting after that. With another, maybe a couple proposals that we could put in front of you.
Can I ask this goes in front of the planning commission before it comes back to us?
And so planning commission set for this go around because it's next Tuesday. So it would go next month. Would that be okay with everyone to wait a month? We are I know staff wouldn't be as happy with that, but yes, we do need their input.
Well, I feel like whether or not, if it comes back to the board first, I'd be really surprised if the board didn't then kick it to the planning commission to confirm at least, if not.
What if there's another iteration that had like a small number of requests to help staff that are more focused, like 30 days or 30
That's
days?
what I'm curious about.
Well, yeah, I mean, we should do that immediately anyway.
Or do you guys want to, maybe that's a place where we could go first is have a staff meeting and say, okay, maybe there are some areas that we really want to see something done about right now. And maybe you guys should see that before.
Yes.
I think if you feel like there's any low hanging, less controversial fruit, put it on the next meeting, 100%. Like, let's hope you guys.
Okay.
But the big thing is meaty and needs public input and planning commission input.
And I would really hate to have this discussion of a moratorium. I think it's serious. I think it's a serious one. And it would be I hope that no one is taking my comments as an indication of my lack of support for the work that you do. because I'm a huge fan and you work really hard and I know what that's like. And I know that you need our support and you've got it. And I think that the decision to have a moratorium, it can come if we need it, if we need to talk about it. But really I would be, I would like to do, if we can support you guys sooner than that. To me, that's just a bigger conversation. It's going to take me a little bit of time. And I am so glad I don't have to take a firm position on it tonight. So yeah, if we can put something in place sooner rather than later, let's do it.
And we hear you and we thank you. Like we've got thick skin over here. We're trying to solve a problem that's really, really hard. So we didn't expect you all to be like, yeah, we support everything you do. Go forward. It's just not, we don't even do that to each other. So we question each other as you question us, and that's okay. And that's the dialogue, and that's the beauty of like this shared collective brain that we're doing right now. So let staff go back. We're gonna hash some stuff out. I know we all took notes on this, and come back to you all with some proposals on what we've kind of gotten from this meeting. And it might not be on the 27th because I'm not sure our schedule's fine, but it will be soon. At least this information is now out there, and now you can start getting feedback from people, hopefully, and we can start moving forward all together. So we're not disappointed that you guys didn't go our route. That's okay, but we do want to, address this and figure it out. So it's going to take a little bit, and it's going to take a lot of collaboration, but we'll figure this out. It's just not going to be tonight or tomorrow. There's my pep talk.
Thank you for bearing with us for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Again, stepping back, there's a lot of really good things happening, and the amount of change in institutional integrity is just huge. So, thank you.
All right.
Anything else before we adjourn?
Thank you
Another
guys.
hour. Okay. The time's 8:57 p.m. and I adjourn this work session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Everybody gets one.